सिया जी के संग हो जैसे राम
शीश खड़ाऊ ले चला ऐसे राम सिया संग में हो जैसे राम सिया संग में हो जैसे।
अब इनकी छाँव में रहेगी राजधानी, अब इनकी छाँव में रहेगी राजधानी।
अब इनकी छाव में, अब इनकी छाव में रहेगी राजधानी। राम भक्त ले चला रे राम की
निशानी, राम भक्त ले चला रे राम की निशानी। ओ राम की निशानी, राम की निशानी, राम की निशानी, राम की निशानी। राम भक्त ले चला रे राम की निशानी, राम भक्त ले चला राम की निशानी। अरे शीश पे खड़ा हूँ और अखियों में पानी, शीश पे खड़ा हूँ और अखियों में पानी। राम वक्त ले चला रे राम की निशानी, राम वक्त ले चला रे राम की निशानी, राम वक्त ले चला रे राम की निशानी।
पंचवटी पहुँचे रघुराई, सुंदर के कुटी आई। राम सिया
राम सिया राम जय जय राम, राम सिया राम, सिया राम जय जय राम।
राम सिया राम, सिया राम जय जय राम।
राम सिया राम, सिया राम जय जय राम।
काग एक आया तभी दोनों पंख पसार रामा, दोनों पंख
पसार।
और वेदेही के चरण में चला जोच वहमार। वेदेही के चरण में चला जोच वहमार। वेदेही के
चरण में लगा जोच।
अरे इसकी इतनी हिम्मत जो निर्दोषी पर चोट का प्रहार करता है।
बचाओ 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 बचाओ। देख नीच की नीचता कोपे श्री भगवंत, अभिमंत्रित कर सीख का छोड़ा बाण तुरंत। बचाओ बचाओ बचाओ। नारद जी महाराज बचाइए मुझे, देव ऋषि बचाइए बचाइए।
शांति बनाए रखें, आराम से। ये जो लाल कारपेट बिछा हुआ है उसकी जो जगह है उसको दोनों साइड से छोड़ दें। शांति बनाए रखें, आराम से, प्रेम से, व्यवस्थित तरीके से। शिव शक्ति दल के कार्यकर्ताओं तक अगर मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही है, शांति।
नारद ने देखा जभी उस पर इतना त्रास रामा, उस पर इतना। बोले जिनका बाण है जाओ उन्हीं के पास। बोले जिनका बाण है जाओ उन्हीं के पास। सुनते ही उपदेश ये पलटा चक्कर मार रामा, पलटा चक्कर मार। और गिरा धाम के चरण में क्षमा पुकार पुकार। गिरा राम गिरा, वो गिरा राम के चरण में क्षमा पुकार पुकार।
नहीं नहीं, तुमने गलती की है, तुम्हें दंड तो मिलेगा ही, लेकिन तुम्हारी एक आंख फूटकर भी तुम एक आंख से दोनों तरफ देख सकोगे।
कृपा दृष्टि से नाथ ने हर ली उसकी व्याधरा, हर ली उसकी व्याध। एक नयन की फोड़ कर क्षमा किया अपराध,
एक नैनी फोड़ कर क्षमा किया अपराध।
एक नयन ही
फोड़ कर क्षमा किया अपराध।
ये इंद्र कुमार जयंता था, आया था राम परीक्षा को, आया था राम परीक्षा को। दुर्गति के कारण आंख गई शिक्षा यह मिली सर्वदा को, दुर्मति के कारण आंख गई शिक्षा यह मिली सर्वदा को, दुर्मति के कारण आंख गई शिक्षा यह मिली सर्वदा को।
ये जो लाल कारपेट बिछा हुआ है, आपसे निवेदन है कि थोड़ी जगह बना दें। लाल कारपेट जो बिछा हुआ है कृपया उसमें जगह बना दें और व्यवस्थित रूप से आप बैठे रहें। आगे बहुत रोचक प्रसंग अभी आने बाकी हैं।
सूरपन खा रावण की बहनी, दोस्त हृदय दारुण जिमियनी।
सभी शांति बनाए रखें।
पंचवटी सो गई बारा, देख विकल भई कुमारा, भ्राता पिता पुत्र उद्गारी, पुरुष मनोहर निरखत पंचवटीस गई के बारा,
शांति बनाए रखें। सभी कार्यकर्ता ध्यान दें। सभी कार्यकर्ता अलर्ट रहें। सभी माता बहनों से निवेदन है वो अपने स्थान पे बैठे रहें। सभी कार्यकर्ता ध्यान दें। सभी अपनी अपनी जगह बैठे रहें।
पिता पुत्र उर्गारी, पुरुष मनोहर निरखत नारी, शूर्पन खा रावण की बहनी।
सभी कार्यकर्ता
पंचवटी सो गई के बारा, देख विकल वही जुगल कुमारा, घन खा रावण की बहनी, दुष्ट हृदय दारुण जिमि
सभी शांति से बैठे रहे।
कवि कल बगी जुगल कुमारा, भ्राता पिता पुत्र उर्गारी, पुरुष दुष्ट हृदय दारुण जिमि देखी जुगल भई जुगल कुमारा
दाता पिता पुत्र उर्गारी पुरुष मनोहर निर्गत नारी तुम सम पुरुष न मौसम नारी
संजोग विधि रचा बिचारी
सुर बन रावण की दुष्ट हृदय दारुण जिमि पंचवटी सो गई कृपा देख विकल
वही जुगल कुमारा
सुर बन खाराव की बहनी दुष्ट हृदय
दारुण जिमि
पंचवटी सो गई देख विकल भई जुगल कुमारा
तुम समय पूर्व सन मौसम नारी यह संजोग विधि रचा बिचारी
रावण की बहनी दुष्ट हृदय दारुण जिमि पंचवटी सो गई इकबारा देख विकल भई जुगल कुमारा
ये संग पूर्व
बाएं साइड जो लोग बैठे हैं, कृपया बैठ जाएं। सभी दर्शकों से बेदारू लोग हैं, वो कृपया स्थान ग्रहण करें।
शांति बनाए रखें, अपने अपने स्थान पे बैठने का कृपा करें, कृपया शांति बनाए रखें।
सुरपनिका रावण की बहनी दुष्ट
रावण की बहनी
दुष्ट हृदय दारुण जिमि हृदय दारुण जिमि पंचवटी सो गई इकबारा देख जुगल भई
युगल कुमारा
हो भ्राता पिता पुत्र उर्गारी माता पिता
पुत्र उर्गारी
पुरुष मनोहर सुंदर नारी
मनोहर सुंदर नारी
तुम समय पुरुष न मौसम नारी तुम समय
पुरुष न मौसम नारी
योग विधि रचा विचारी योग विधि रचा विचारी
इतने सुंदर सुंदर राजकुमार, आ इतने सुंदर राजकुमार
वो भी इस पंचवटी में। आहा इतनी सुंदर राजकुमार मैंने अपने जीवन में कभी नहीं देखे। आहा क्या नहन है। ओह क्या कोमल बदन है। क्या केश है। ओह इनसे मेरे अलावा कोई शादी नहीं कर सकता। मैं इनकी और ये मेरे। मैं लंकाधिपति राजा रावण की बहन शूर्पणखा। शूर्पणखा सुंदरी, विश्व की सबसे सुंदर स्त्री। मेरी सुंदरता पे ये राजकुमार मोहित ना हो सके। ये हो नहीं सकता। इस संसार की सब सुंदर स्त्री शूर्पणखा सुंदरी। इन सुंदर राजकुमार को शादी का प्रस्ताव देना चाहिए, लेकिन से पहले इन राजकुमारों का परिचय लेना भी अवश्य जरूरी है। जिस प्रकार मैंने अपना परिचय दिया राजकुमार, आप भी उसी प्रकार अपना परिचय दो।
देवी, मैं अयोध्या नरेश पुत्र राम और यह मेरा अनुज लक्ष्मण।
अच्छा, अयोध्यापति राम और ये आपका भाई अनुज। इससे ये तो अब सत्य है कि मेरा विवाह आपसे ही होगा। देखो मुझसे सुंदरी जग के मध्य ने और तुम सा भी सुंदर युवा नहीं किसी भी ठोर। आश्चर्य दो मुझ बनवासी। आश्चर्य दो मुझको बनवासी, सुहुष्टा पूर्ण उच्छा करो। मैं आज्ञा तुमको देती हूँ, मुझसे गंधर्व विवाह करो। आपकी कुछ बातें सुनने से पहले मैं आपको अपना नृत्य दिखाना चाहती हूँ राजकुमार।
मैं तोहे बार बार समझाऊं रे रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा। बार बार समझाऊं रे रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा।
मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा।
ओ मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा।
अरे
मोह संग ब्याह रचा, रघुवर मोह संग ब्याह रचा।
रघुवर मोह संग ब्याह रचा।
मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा। मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर, मोह संग ब्याह रचा। मोह संग ब्याह रचा, रघुवर
मोसंग ब्याह रचाए रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए लंकापति ए भाई हमारे वो बन जाएंगे साले तुम्हारे लंकापति से
भाई हमारे वो बन जाएंगे साले तुम्हारे
वो लंकापति से भाई हमारे
साले तुम्हारे
वो मैं बन जाऊं नार तुम्हारी मैं बन जाऊं नार तुम्हारी तुम मेरे भरता ओ रघुवर तुम मेरे भरता मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचा मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए
रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो
बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए तपसी बेस फिरो क्यों वन में चल कर रही हो मेरे भवन में तपसी वेश फिरो क्यों वन में चल कर
मेरे भवन में
जी चाहे सो पहनो रघुवर जी चाहे सो पहनो रघुवर जी चाहे सो खाए जी चाहे सो पहनो रघुवर जी चाहे सो खाए ओ रघुवर जी चाहे सो खाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचा मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचा ओ मोसंग ब्याह रचाए रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए ओ रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए मैं तो बार बार समझाऊं रघुवर मोसंग ब्याह रचाए
हे राजकुमार अब जो भी कहना है आप कह सकते हैं।
देवी हम ब्याहे हैं कवारे नहीं फिर भी किनारी व्रत रखते हैं
अच्छा
अपनी के सिवा और सबको माता और बहन समझते हैं
अपनी के सिवा अन्य सबको माता और बहन समझते हैं अपनी के सिवा अन्य सबको माता और बहन समझते हैं
इसलिए तुम्हारी आज्ञा का पालन कर सकते हम कभी नहीं हम आर्य वंशी हैं आर्य धर्म खंडन कर सकते कभी नहीं
हम आर्य वंश है आर्य धर्म खंडन कर सकते कभी नहीं हम आर्य वंश है आर्य धर्म खंडन कर सकते कभी नहीं
गई बेस पानी में सारी मेहनत ही बेकार गई ये तो शादीशुदा निकले। ये छोटा भाई भी है ना मुझे देख के मंद मंद मुस्कुरा रहा है। कोई नहीं इस सुंदर राजकुमार से मेरे अलावा कोई शादी नहीं कर सकता। हे सुंदर राजकुमार, मैं आपको भी गाना सुनाती हूँ। अब मेरे अलावा आपके पास में और आपके अलावा मेरे पास में कुछ नहीं है। अब मैं अपने नाच से आपको रिझाती हूँ।
ओ थारी भूरी जटा पर वारी रे, थारी भूरी जटा लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया रे झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया। थारा आशा बाशा टुकड़ा ने गुणे खासी, थारा
आशा बाशा टुकड़ा ने गुणे खासी,
थारा आशा बाशा टुकड़ा ने गुणे खासी, थारा आशा बाशा
टुकड़ा ने गुणे खासी।
मतो काजू की कतली खाई रे,
जी मतो हलवा की जी मन वाली रे मां, हलवा की जी मन वाली रे। झूल झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया, झूल झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया। थारी भूरी जटा पर वारी रे, अरे थारी भूरी रे जटा पर वारी रे। झूल झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया, झूल झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा। थारी तुमड़ी को पानी गुण पीसी, थारी तुमड़ी को पानी
गुण पीसी,
ओ थारी तुमड़ी को पानी गुण पीसी रे, थारी तुमड़ी को पानी गुण
पीसी।
हो मैं तो झारी को, मैं तो झारी को, मैं तो झारी को पीवन वाली रे। ओ जी मैं तो झारी को पीवन वाली रे। झूले झूले लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया, झूल लाग्यो रे बाबा। ओ थारी भूरी जटा पर वारी रे, ओ थारी भूरी जटा पर वारी रे। झूले झूले लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया, झूले लाग्यो रे बाबा। थारी टूटी फूटी झोपड़ी में कौन रहसी रे, थारी टूटी फूटी
झोपड़ी में गुण रहसी,
ओ थारी टूटी फूटी झोपड़ी में कौन रहसी, थारी
टूटी फूटी झोपड़ी में गुण रहसी।
ओ मैं तो महिला की, मैं तो महिला की, मैं तो महिला की रहवन वाली रे। ओ जी मैं तो महिला की रहवन वाली रे। लुड़े लुड़े लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया रे, लुड़े लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया। थारी भूरी रे जटा पर वारी रे, ओ जी भूरी जटा पर वारी रे। लुड़े लुड़े लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया, लुड़े लाग्यो रे बाबा लंगोटिया।
हाँ साहब, 500 रुपए गुप्त दान। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
हाँ साहब, 200 रुपए सुरपंखा की सासू जी की तरफ से सीकर से सप्रेम भेंट। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए अरुण कुमार जी पुजारी की तरफ से सुरपंखा के पाठ पर। हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए मुकेश कुमार जी, मोनू कुमार जी, जोगीदास का की तरफ से सुरपंखा के पाठ पर सप्रेम भेंट। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
ओ राम जी बड़ा दुख दीना, तेरे लखन ने बड़ा दुख दीना।
ओ राम जी बड़ा दुख दीना, तेरे लखन ने बड़ा दुख दीना। मेरी सुध बिसराई, मेरी नींद चुराई, मेरी सुध बिसराई, मेरी नींद चुराई, मेरा मुश्किल कर दिया जीना। बड़ा दुख दीना ओ राम जी, बड़ा दुख दीना।
हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए स्टारनेट मोबाइल फाटक के पास वालों की तरफ से, 200 रुपए नामदेव नमकीन फुलेरा तहसील के थोक व खुदरा विक्रेता संजय कुमार जी जैन भादवा वालों की तरफ से, हाँ साहब 50 रुपए। मजदूर यूनियन के अध्यक्ष प्रतीक जी जैन की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सरवण जी राजेश जी बिरसर की तरफ से 100 रुपए। ज्ञान जी नवरतन जी सुरेश जी सोनी की तरफ से 100 रुपए। चित्रांश लड्डा की तरफ से 100 रुपए। जनक लड्डा की तरफ से 500 रुपए। गुप्त दान 100 रुपए। दीपक जी ठोड़िया की तरफ से 50 रुपए। हैंडीक्राफ्ट लोग की तरफ से 200 रुपए। गौतम जी गिरिराज जी सोनी की तरफ से 100 रुपए। विष्णु जी रावत की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा के आगमन पर जुगल जी साल्डा की तरफ से 200 रुपए। प्रेम प्रकाश जी आत्माराम जी रघुनंदन जी सोनी की तरफ से, बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ सब 100 रुपए। मनु माधव गौरव वसु ऐसु हनीश शर्मा की तरफ से 100 रुपए। द्वारका प्रसाद जी फलोड सुरपंखा के बाट पर 50 रुपए। राधे राधे मंडल की तरफ से एक बार फिर 50 रुपए। राधे राधे मंडल की तरफ से सुरपंखा के बाट पर 50 रुपए। फोन पे सुरपंखा के पाठ पर भतीजी गौरी की तरफ से 50 रुपए। सुरपंखा के भतीजे डुगू की तरफ से 50 रुपए। भतीजे केशव की तरफ से 50 रुपए। सुरपंखा के पाठ पर दोनों भाभीियों की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा के पाठ पर सुरपंखा की पत्नी की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा की मम्मी की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा की बहन की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा के पाठ पर विनायक ज्वेलर्स दाता वालों की तरफ से 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा के पाठ पर जैन रेडीमेड सेंटर की तरफ से 100 रुपए। हरि किशन जी अजय कुमार जी नंद किशोर जी हलवाई की तरफ से मंडल पे सप्रेम भेंट, बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ साहब एक बार फिर 100 रुपए। विष्णु जी रावत की तरफ से सुरपंखा के पाठ पर सप्रेम भेंट, बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय। 100 रुपए। सुरपंखा के बुआ जी की तरफ से सुरपंखा के पाठ पर सप्रेम भेंट। हाँ साहब 100 रुपए। सांवरिया टूर एंड ट्रेवल्स मनोज जी अग्रवाल राजेश जी रावत जय नारायण जी प्रजापत की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट। हाँ साहब। हाँ साहब सिल्वर मेडल मुकेश जी मोनू जी जोगीदास का की तरफ से सुरपंखा के पाठ पर सप्रेम भेंट, बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
राम जी बड़ा दुख दीना तेरे लगन रे, बड़ा दुख दीना तेरे लगन रे, बड़ा दुख दीना। मेरी सुध बुध विसराई नींद चुराई, मेरी सुध विसराई मेरी नींद चुराई, मेरा मुश्किल कर दिया दीना।
बड़ा दुख दीना तेरे लखन ने, बड़ा दुख दीना तेरे लखन ने, बड़ा दुख दीना।
हे छोटे राजकुमार, अब तो मुझसे शादी रचा लो। मैंने आपके लिए बहुत अच्छा नृत्य किया है।
ऐसी बातें करते तुमको उल्टा लाज नहीं आती? मुझसे कहने से पहले पापिन मर क्यों नहीं जाती?
अच्छा मुझे पापिन कह रहे हो? इतनी सुंदर राजकुमारी को? ये है ना बदसूरत भाभी इस संसार में लेकर घूम रहे हो ना, से तो कई गुना ही सुनते हो। मैं आपको मैं एक गाना और सुनाती हूँ। मैं आपको एक सुंदर सा नृत्य और दिखाती हूँ राजकुमार, कहीं आपका विचार बन जाए।
और मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए,
तेरे लिए लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए
मैंने छोड़ा, मैंने छोड़ा, मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार
लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए।
लंका सा राज छोड़ा, रावण सा भाई छोड़ा, लंका सा राज छोड़ा,
रावण का भाई छोड़ा,
लंका सा राज छोड़ा, रावण सा भाई छोड़ा, लंका सा राज छोड़ा,
रावण का भाई
मैंने छोड़ा है, मैंने छोड़ा है, मैंने छोड़ा है सब घर बार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ा है सब घर बार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, छोड़ भी है दरबार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, तेरे लिए रे, तेरे लिए रे, तेरे लिए रे, तेरे लिए मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ा सब संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए। कुटुंब कबीला छोड़ा, महलों से मुख मोड़ा, कुटुंब कबीला छोड़ा,
महलों से मुख मोड़ा,
कुटुंब कबीला छोड़ा, महलों से मुख मोड़ा, कुटुंब कबीला छोड़ा, महलों से मुख
मोड़ा।
मैं को कर आई 16 श्रृंगार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैं को कर आई 16 श्रृंगार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ दिया संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए, मैंने छोड़ा संसार लक्ष्मण तेरे लिए।
अब तो विचार बना लो राजकुमार।
जरूर, परंतु उसके पहले हमारे यहाँ एक रिवाज है। विवाह करने के पहले हमारे यहाँ नाक और कान बींदने का रिवाज है।
अच्छा,
तो जरा नजदीक आओ।
आप राजी हो गए राजकुमार? मैं आपके नजदीक ही क्या, हर जगह आ जाऊंगी। अरे बार रे रे शादी के चक्कर में नाक और कान गाड़ दिए तो का। अरे बारे, अरे बारे, अरे बारे, बहुत दर्द हो रहा है। अरे बारे, अरे बारे।
कटगी रे,
अरे बारे, कटगी रे, कटगी रे, अरे बारे कटगी रे, अरे कटगी रे, अरे कटगी रे, बाहर। अब तो भैया खरदूषण के पास में चलना चाहिए, वो ही मेरी सहायता कर सकते हैं। अरे बाहर रे, अरे बाहर रे, अरे बाहर रे, अरे बाहर रे, भैया, भैया खरदूषण, अरे बारे। हाँ साहब, 200 रुपए राघव फर्नीचर, SBI बैंक के पास 100 रुपए। दीनानंद जी शर्मा, दिव्यांश शर्मा जी की तरफ से
दीवान शर्मा ढीले की तरफ से 50 रुपए, गोपाल जी उदय की तरफ से
अरे बारे कटकी
हाँ
रे,
साहब,
गिरे,
100 रुपए,
गिरे।
विजय शंकर जी गोविंद जी सोनी की तरफ से सुरपंगा के बाट पर हाँ साहब 100 रुपए ऑनलाइन दोस्त से सुरपंगा के बुआ जी की तरफ से फोन पे सप्रेम भेंट और बालाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ साहब
अरे बारे
100 रुपए
अरे
ट्विस्ट फंड सौरभ जी रावत की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय जय।
अरे बारे कटकी रे, भैया खरदूसर, भैया खरदूसर, अरे बारे कटकी रे पीरा, अरे पीरा कटकी ना, अरे मेरा कटगी
कट गई रे तेरी बहन की नाक कट गई रे, कट गई रे तेरी बहन की नाक कट गई रे। खरदूसण सुनी तेरे होते भगनी की नाक देखो कट गई रे। खरदूसण तेरे होते तेरे भगनी की नाक जो कट गई रे, कट गई रे भगनी की नाक देखो कट। ये कैसी आवाज आ रही है?
सुरपणखा की नाक कट गई।
अरे भैया,
बोलो बहन सुरपणखा।
भैया मेरे कान और नाक काट डाले भैया। तो राम लखन नाम के राजकुमार आए हैं पंचवटी में, उन्होंने मेरे नाक और कान काट डाले भैया। आप शीघ्र चलो भैया।
उनकी यही वक़्त आपको नहीं मालूम पड़ेगा क्या होती है घर की इज्जत।
चलो भैया चलो। आ जाओ भैया, बस समीप ही है, थोड़ा सा और।
हाँ साहब 100 रुपए सुरपणखा के बाद में रमेश जी सेन के द्वारा मंडल को सप्रेम में बल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
बारे कटगी रे,
नकटी सुरपणखा आगी रे कुड़ को नाच कराची। नकटी सुरपणखा आगी रे कुड़ को नाच कराची। नकटी सुरपणखा आगी रे कुड़ को नाच कराची। नकटी सुरपणखा आगी रे कुड़ को नाच कराची।
लक्ष्मण
भैया यही है वो राम लखन जिसने मेरे कान और नाक काटे हैं भैया।
लक्ष्मण लगता है वो राक्षसी किसी को साथ अपने लेकर आई है। तुम सीता को पर्वत की कंदराओं में लेकर चले जाओ, मैं अभी इनका सफाया करता हूँ।
जो आज्ञा भैया।
ये स्वयं ही लड़कर मर गए। हाँ, ये क्या हुआ भैया?
अरे बार कटगी रे।
अब ये समाचार मैं अब रावण को जाकर कहूंगी। ये हटाओ, कचरा साफ करो।
मैं करता हूँ, अभी करता हूँ।
कर दियो कुल को बंटा ढार, सुरपण का नगटी आगी। कर दियो कुल को बंटा ढार, सुरपण का नगटी आगी। कर दियो रे कुल को कर दिए कुल को ना सुरपण का नगटी आगी। कर दिए कुल को ना सुरपण का नगटी आगी।
हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए सुरपंखा की नाक कटने पर जुगल जी साल्टा के द्वारा संपर्क में। बोलो बालाजी महाराज की जय।
हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए सुपरका के पार्ट में 100 रुपए सुरेश जी साल्टा की तरफ से। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
बोलिए राघवेंद्र सरकार की जय।
अरे बार कटगी रे पीरा, ओ पीरा कटगी। अरे बार कटगी रे पीरा पीरा।
प्राइवेट, हाँ साहब, कुछ राज जमे कुछ रंग जमे, दीवारे भी यूं डोल उठे और महफिल का तराना सुनकर मुर्दों की बत्ती सी डोल उठे। प्राइवेट सरकार, नाच में गाने का प्रबंध किया जाए।
हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए सुरपंखा की नाक कटने पर जुगल जी साल्टा की तरफ से। हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए विष्णु जी रावत की तरफ से सुरपंखा की नाक कटने पर। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए की तरफ से। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए T24 के मुनीम की तरफ से, योगेश जी मोयल की तरफ से। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए मजदूर यूनियन के मंत्री श्लोक साल्टा की तरफ से। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए उपाध्यक्ष मजदूर यूनियन के उपाध्यक्ष सुधांशु तोतला की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
अये सुने, ए बावली, अये सुने, अये तू खेवजी मारे अंगूठी बना दियो, चेन बना दियो, हार बना दियो, और वो अरे कमर के गाय बांधे थे वो लटकनों से वो भी सोना कोई चाहिए। आज सुने बा सोना का घरी छे जागा, सोना की लंका का मालिक बे बुलाया छे आपने नाचवा कहीं। आज नाचवाने कर दियो खुश, पाछे तने थारे चाहिए एक दो सोना की ओली उंगला में वागत से हैं तो निका नाच चल आजा।
प्राइवेट, ये नाचने गाने में देर जार क्यों कर रहे हो?
गाना सेलेक्ट अभी बना।
अरे रे 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 अरे कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में, कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में, साइकिल पंचर कर लियायो। अरे रे 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 कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में,
कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में,
साइकिल पंचर कर लियायो। अरे रे 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 कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में, कालो कूद पड़ो मेला में, पंचर कर लियायो। अरे रे 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 चम 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 के चूनड़ी बिन जा रहा रे, चम 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 के चूनड़ी बिन जा रहा रे। कोई बोलो तो कोई बोलो तो कोई बोलो तुम्हारी संगीतारी रे बिन जा रहा रे, कोई बोलो तुम्हारी संगीतारी रे बिन जा रहा रे। बिन जा रही है कमर जा रही है, बिन जा रही है हंसी हंसी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती।
बिन जा रही है हंसी हंसी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती।
हो मिट्टी मिट्टी
बालाजी महाराज की जय जय।
बिन जा रही है,
बिन जा रही है, बिन जा रही है हंसी हंसी बोल माता तारी रह जाती।
बिन जा रही है
हंसी हंसी बोल माता तारी रह जाती।
पावनी हर दिन चार, पावनी हर दिन चार बाता तारी रह जाती। बिन जा रही है, बिन जा रही है,
कमर गा रही है हंसी हंसी बोल मीठी मीठी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती। हे मिट्टी मिट्टी बोल तू तो प्यारी प्यारी बोल, मिट्टी मिट्टी बोल तू तो प्यारी प्यारी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती।
बिन जा रही है,
बिन जा रही है,
हंसी हंसी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती।
जा रही है हंसी हंसी बोल बाता तारी रह जाती।
प्राइवेट, ये किसके चीखने चिल्लाने की आवाज आ रही है?
महाराज,
किसके चीखने की आवाज आ रही है?
अरे महाराज ये तो नाचने गाने की हमारी पायल की आवाज आ रही है, घुंघरू की आवाज है।
अच्छा,
नाचने
तो होने दिया जाए।
बाजवा दो।
अरे रे पीड़ी लूगड़ी का डाला रे लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, पीड़ी लूगड़ी का डाला रे लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, लुगाई रे मेटा डोर।
पीली लुगड़ी का, पीली लुगड़ी का और पीली लुगड़ी का डाला से लुकाई रे बेटा डोर।
लुगाई रे मेटा डोर, लुगाई रे मेटा डोर,
लुकाई रे बेटा डोर, लुकाई रे बेटा डोर।
सरपट चाले मेटाडोर, जल्दी बैठ जा मोटर में सरपट चाले मेटाडोर। जल्दी बैठ जा मोटर में सरपट चाले मेटाडोर, जल्दी बैठ जा मोटर में सरपट चाले मेटाडोर। और बीड़ी लुगड़ी का डाला रे लुगाई रे मेटाडोर, बीड़ी लुगड़ी का जाला से रुकाई रे मेटाडोर, रुकाई रे मेटाडोर, रुकाई रे मेटाडोर, रुकाई रे मेटाडोर, रुकाई रे मेटाडोर। बीड़ी लुगड़ी का बीड़ी लुगड़ी का डाला लुगाई रे मेटाडोर। कटगी रे,
अरे हमारे कटगी रे। ये किसके चीखने की आवाज आ रही है?
अरे महाराज हमारी बुआ,
अरे भतीजा,
हाँ साहब 50 रुपए।
अरे हमारा भतीजा,
अरे हमारी बुआ,
अरे हमारा भतीजा।
महाराज ओ बुआ का किसी ने क्या हाल कर दिया महाराज, सुरपन का बुआ का क्या हाल कर दिया महाराज।
क्या कहा?
पड़ जाए इस राज पर और ताज पर खाक, तेरे होते कट गई आज बहन की नाक।
क्या हुआ बहन सुरफन का?
हाँ भैया, हे पाई तो लड़के राम लगन इस डंडक वन को आए हैं, हम राही एक सीता नामी सुकुमारी संग में लाए हैं, हम राही एक सीता नामी सुकुमारी संग में लाए हैं, हम राही एक सीता नामी सुकुमारी संग में लाए हैं। बाके हैं और लड़ाके हैं, गोया शमशीर उन्हीं की हो, यो पंचवटी में रहते हैं जैसे जागीर उन्हीं की हो, पंचवटी में जैसे जागीर उन्हीं की हो, यो पंचवटी में रहते हैं जैसे जागीर उन्हीं की हो।
बहन सुरफन का, तू वहां क्या करने गई थी?
भैया बताती हूँ, मैं सब बताती हूँ भैया। मैं उधर अचानक निकल गई थी, मैं उधर अचानक निकल गई, उस नारी से मिलना चाहा, इतने में छोटे तपसी ने मुझसे कुछ छल करना चाहा, इतने में छोटे तपसी ने मुझसे कुछ छल करना चाहा, इतने में छोटे तपसी ने मुझसे कुछ छल करना चाहा।
क्या बहन सुरफन का,
भैया
तूने मेरा नाम नहीं लिया?
भैया वो भी मैं बताती हूँ, जब मैंने तेरा नाम लिया ऐ तू, जब मैंने तेरा नाम लिया, सुनते ही उसने दी गाली, मेरे कान कतर डाले, मेरी ये नाक काट डाली, मेरे कान काट
तो नाक कटी सो कटी, अब अपनी नाक संभालो तुम। जग में जब ऊंची नाक नहीं तो नकटा नाम डरा लो तुम। तो नकटा नाम डरा लो तुम। जग में जो ऊंची नाक नहीं तो नकटा नाम डरा लो तुम। आ गया नाक में दम मेरा, नाका तेरी दुआई है। पगनी किलो की हंसाई नहीं, बाई किलो की हंसाई है।
क्या कहा?
किलो की हंसाई है।
बाई किलो हंसाई है। हे बहिन निराश न हो रावण, उनकी भी नाक न रखेगा। भेजा निकाल कर नथुनों से मिर्चों का नाश उन्हें देगा। अरे नारी की नाक उड़ाने में होती है नाक नहीं ऊंची, अरे अबला पर हाथ उठाने में होती है धाक नहीं ऊंची। मैं अभी नाक की सीध पकड़ और नाके पर उन्हें जकड़ दूंगा। तेरे आगे उन दोनों की पृथ्वी पर नाक रगड़ दूंगा।
बिल्कुल सही भैया, बिल्कुल सही।
पृथ्वी मंडल पाताल लोक और मेरे पिनाक ने जीते हैं। मेरे भय से शेर और बकरी जल एक घाट पर पीते हैं। ये बहिन सुरफन का क्या यह समाचार खरदूसर से नहीं कहा?
भैया मैं पहले उनके पास गई। भैया मेरे पर हुआ जब ये अत्याचार। भैया मेरे पे जब हुआ ये अत्याचार, मैं पहले उनके पास गई, कहा सब समाचार। वो सेना लेकर गए वहां, अत्यंत घोर संग्राम किया, लेकिन उस बड़े तपस्या ने उन सब का काम तमाम किया। पृथ्वी पर नदी रुधिर की थी, पृथ्वी पर नदी रुधिर की थी, लाशों पर लाशें पड़ती थी। मैं देख रही थी कड़ी कड़ी उन सब की गर्दन करती थी।
क्या कहा? उन्होंने खरदूषण का भी काम तमाम कर दिया।
हाँ भैया, उन्होंने भैया खरदूषण को भी मार डाला भैया।
अरे अच्छा वे काटे ना कान और जिंदा रहे जमाने में तो टूटे बीस बुझा मेरी लालच है सत्र खाने में। तुम बैठो थोड़ा धीर धरो, मैं दंडक वन में जाता हूँ। इस नाक काटने का बदला दोनों से अभी चुकाता हूँ। बहन सुरपन का
हाँ भैया।
जाओ महलों में विश्राम करो।
भैया मैं महलों में जाती हूँ, लेकिन तुम है ना उन दोनों का खून लेकर आना।
यही
मैं
होगा।
उनका खून पी जाऊंगी भैया,
यही होगा।
मैं उनका खून पी जाऊंगी।
जाओ भाई सुरफन खा। अब वो अपनी अंतिम सांसें गिन रहे हैं।
सुरपंखा के रोने धोने पर विष्णु जी रावत की तरफ से सप्रेम में बलबाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए मजदूर यूनियन के उपाध्यक्ष सुधांशु की तरफ से एक बार फिर 50 रुपए मजदूर यूनियन के उपाध्यक्ष सुधांशु की तरफ से। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए सीताराम जी पांचाल की तरफ से
की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम में बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
मामा मारीच को चलकर सहयोग के लिए बोलना चाहिए।
अभी जो आरती होगी वो केवल रावण की आरती है। इसके बाद में आगे संवाद बाकी है, तो आप सभी से निवेदन है कि अपनी जगह विराजे रहें और शांति से आगे की लीला का आनंद लेवें। यह आरती राघवेंद्र सरकार की आरती नहीं है, इसके आगे लीला अभी जारी रहेगी, तो यथास्थान बैठ करके लीला का आनंद लेवें।
प्राइवेट प्राइवेट जी सरकार, मामा मारिच को जगाओ।
मामा मारी, ओ मामा मारी, मामा मारी, मामा मारी, मामा मारी, ओ मामा मारी। अरे ओ मामा मारी, ओ मामा मारी, ओ मामा मारी, मामा मारी। सरकार मामा मारी तो उठ ही नहीं रहे हैं महाराज। सरकार मामा मारी तो नहीं जग रहे हैं।
नहीं जग रहे हैं?
हाँ महाराज।
ऐसे नहीं जगेगा मामा मारीच, मैं जगाता हूं। मामा मारीच,
ओम जय रावण देवा। लाल तिलक 10 शीस 20 बल साली मुझे दंडा
साली मुझे दंडा।
तेरे भय से हरिण व्याघ्र
ओ तेरे भय से हरिण व्याघ्र पीवे एक कुंडा।
ओम जय रावण देवा। इंद्र वरुण धन देव कुबेरा है अनुचर तेरा।
हम है अनुचर तेरा।
आधी रात में तुमको
आधी रात में तुमको आफत में घेरा।
ओम जय रावण देवा। शिव शंकर का धनुष भयंकर गर्व हरा क्षण में स्वामी गर्व हरा क्षण में। जनक सुता वर्णन का जनक सुता वर्णन का स्वप्न रहा मन में। ओम जय रावण देवा। धरो ध्यान तज मोह मद माया सिया राम ध्याओ स्वामी सिया राम ध्याओ। सुरपंखा की कटीना
सुरपणखा की
कटीना की घाटी से जुड़वाओ। ओम जय रावण देवा। भोग 36 व्यंजन सजा थाल लाओ स्वामी सजा थाल लाओ। पाची नींद जगाई पाची नींद जगाई अब तुम सो जाओ। ओम जय रावण देवा। फूल बरसा।
मामा मारीच,
जी सरकार।
वन में 2 तपस्वी राम और लक्ष्मण नाम से आए हुए हैं और उन्होंने बहन सुरफनखा के नाक और कान काट लिए। जान गए?
नहीं महाराज। वह विश्वामित्र यज्ञ वाला दर्पण सारा जग में है। जिसने 100 योजन तक डाला वह
तीर करारा जग में है। जिसने 100 योजन पर डाला वह तीर करारा जग में है। जिसने 100 योजन पर डाला वह तीर करारा जग में है।
वह नाम कान में आते ही जुड़ी सी छड़ती जाती है। फिर चोट पुरानी बरसों की इस समय उखड़ती जाती है।
फिर चोट पुराने बरसों की इस समय उखड़ती जाती है। फिर चोट पुराने बरसों की इस समय उखड़ती जाती है।
उन सूरजवंशी शेरों से
माया मृग क्या बहकाएगा। जो गया पिंजरे का पंछी तिल्लियां तोड़ उड़ जाएगा। जो गया पिंजरे का पंछी तिल्लियां तोड़ उड़ जाएगा। जो गया पिंजरे का पंछी तिल्लियां तोड़ उड़ जाएगा।
खर दूषण त्रिशिरा संगारक नर नहीं पूर्ण नारायण है। सीतावतार शक्ति का है शेषावतार
श्री लक्ष्मण है। सीतावतार शक्ति का है शेषावतार श्री लक्ष्मण है।
जो इनसे बेर बढ़ाते हैं वो आखिर मारे जाते हैं। बेमौत मौत के घाट वही बेवक्त उतारे जाते हैं।
बेवक्त
तो पुण्य करो, चोरी का करना ठीक नहीं।
करनाई है तो पुण्य करो, चोरी का करना ठीक नहीं। करनाई है तो पुण्य करो, चोरी का करना ठीक नहीं। अच्छे कर्मों के करने से घर में प्रकाश हो जाता है,
और नारी घर में लाने से घर का विनाश हो जाता है।
घर में
लाने से घर का विनाश हो जाता है।
नारी घर में लाने से घर का विनाश हो जाता है।
क्या कहा? एक बात मेरी सुन लो मामा मारीच। हे मामा, तू मृग बन जा, मैं जोगी बनकर जाता हूं। तू राम लखन को बहकाना, मैं सीता को हर लाता हूं।
नहीं महाराज, मैं ये नहीं
क्या
कर सकता।
कहा? यदि साथ नहीं देगा मेरा तो सारा जान भुला दूंगा, और सीता के हरने से पहले यमपुरी तुम्हें पहुंचा दूंगा।
इस दुष्ट के हाथों मरा तो खुला नरक का द्वार है, श्री राम के हाथों मरा तो मेरी भी बेड़ा पार है।
हाँ साहब, 100 रुपए रेनवाल के हिरावण विष्णु जी रावत की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट और बालाजी महाराज की जय। हाँ साहब, 50 रुपए विधि शर्मा, धार्मिक शर्मा और परी शर्मा की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट। हाँ साहब, एक बार फिर 50 रुपए परी शर्मा, धार्मिक शर्मा और विधि शर्मा की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम भेंट और बालाजी महाराज की जय।
हो कंचन मृग बन कर आया, कंचन मृग बन कर आया से अपहरण कराने, माया का मारी चला मायापति को भटकाने, माया का मारी चला मायापति को भटकाने।
कंचन मृग का वध करने, कंचन मृग का वध करने, सिंह का अपहरण कराने, माया का मारीच चला मायापति को भटकाने।
मारीच चला मायापति को भटकाने, माया का मारीच चला मायापति को भटकाने। सीता बोली वो देखे,
रघुकुल भूषण दुख हरण दीन बंधु भगवान, दासी की विनती सुनो स्वामी दया निधान।
दासी की विनती सुनो स्वामी दया निधान, दासी की विनती सुनो स्वामी दया निधान।
मृग ऐसा तो देखा न सुना, जैसा ये सुघड़ सलोना है,
जैसा यह सुगढ़ सलोना है,
देखो तो सर से पांव तलक सारा
कंचन मृग का वध करने हित हे भ्रात लखन बन जाता हूँ। सीता न अकेली रहे कभी, ये बात तुम्हें समझाता हूँ। धोखे में अनामती रहो सिया के पास, दुष्ट बड़े चालाक हैं करो नहीं विश्वास।
किसका साहस है हे माता जो उनको दुख पहुंचाएगा। सूरज जिस जगह प्रकाशित है कब वहां अंधेरा छाएगा। अच्छा माता दुख आया भी तो क्या पीड़ा पहुंचाएगा। आनंद कंद के दर्शन कर सुख का स्वरूप बन जाएगा। मेरा इस समय धर्म है ये रहूं आपकी रक्षा पर। सर्वस्व निछावर है मेरा अपने भाई की आज्ञा पर।
लक्ष्मण अब मैंने जान लिया स्वार्थ का भाईचारा है। स्वार्थ का भाईचारा है। स्वार्थ का भाईचारा है। तुम घर से वन को आए हो मतलब कुछ और तुम्हारा है। तुम घर से वन को आए हो मतलब कुछ और तुम्हारा है। तुम घर से वन को आए हो मतलब तुम्हारा है।
हाँ साहब, 500 रुपए मुंबई से पुष्पा देवी ओम प्रकाश जी फलोर की तरफ से, सोडानी जी की तरफ से, पुष्पा देवी ओम प्रकाश जी सोडानी की तरफ से 500 रुपए मुंबई से सप्रेम भेंट। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
घर के प्रपंचियों में रहकर सुख पाता नहीं कहीं कोई। सुख पाता नहीं कहीं कोई। सुख पाता नहीं कहीं कोई। भाई सा जग में मित्र नहीं, भाई सा शत्रु नहीं कोई। भाई सा जग में मित्र नहीं, भाई सा शत्रु नहीं कोई। भाई सा जग में मित्र नहीं, भाई सा शत्रु नहीं कोई।
हे माता मैं आपको अकेला छोड़कर नहीं जा सकता।
मेरी तो तुम चिंता न करो रक्षक अंतर्यामी मेरे। रक्षक अंतर्यामी मेरे। रक्षक अंतर्यामी मेरे। तुम जाओ वहीं चले जाओ जिस जगह गए स्वामी मेरे। वहीं चले जाओ जिस जगह गए स्वामी मेरे। माता मुझे
हे पक्षी गणों गवाह तुम्ही, मेरी इस धर्म नाव के अब, हे सूर्य देव मल्लाह तुम्ही। आज्ञा पालन करता हूँ बस, इतना तो है संतोष मुझे। रघुराई अगर उल्लाह न दे तो बतलाना निर्दोष मुझे। बस अपनी सीता माता को तरुवरों छोड़ता हूँ तुम पर, अपनी रखवाली पर रखना वंचरों छोड़ता हूँ तुम पर। अच्छा माता मैं जाता हूँ, तुम सावधान होकर रहना। आज्ञा के भीतर दास रहा, तुम रेखा के भीतर रहना। इस रेखा का उल्लंघन कर जो पांड कुटी में आएगा, है आन उसे ये लक्ष्मण की, वह तुरंत भस्म हो जाएगा।
साहब 100 रुपए पीयूष जी बीरसर की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम में बोल बालाजी महाराज जी की जय। हाँ साहब 50 रुपए धार्मिक शर्मा और परी शर्मा की तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम में। हाँ साहब एक बार फिर 50 रुपए विधि शर्मा, धार्मिक शर्मा और परी शर्मा को तरफ से मंडल को सप्रेम में।
मथुरा देखी,
देखे तीरथ सारे,
और कहीं न मन का मीत मिला तो मैं आया तेरे द्वारे। तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी,
तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी। ना मांगू मैं सोना चांदी, ना मांगू मैं हीरा मोती, मांगू दर्शन देवी। तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी। जतन आया मन में लगन लाया, अखियों में दर्शन प्यास। करके जतन आया मन में लगन लाया, अखियों में दर्शन प्यास।
प्रेम की भिक्षा दे मेरी मैया, मांग रहा
ये दास, मांग रहा ये दास, मांग रहा ये दास। ना मांगू मैं सोना चांदी, ना मांगू मैं हीरा मोती, मांगू दर्शन देवी। तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी। हो तेरे लिए घर छोड़ा, दुनिया से मुख मोड़ा, छोड़ दिया गंगार। दुनिया से मुख मोड़ा, तेरे लिए जग छोड़ा, छोड़ दिया घर बार। तेरे लिए घर छोड़ा, दुनिया से मुख मोड़ा, छोड़ दिया संसार। तेरे लिए घर छोड़ा, दुनिया से मुख मोड़ा, छोड़ दिया घर बार। वन वन छाना मैंने तुझे देवी, माना मैंने सुन मेरी पुकार, सुन ले मेरी पुकार, सुन ले मेरी पुकार। ना मांगू मैं सोना चांदी, ना मांगू मैं हीरा मोती, मांगू दर्शन देवी। तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी, तेरे द्वार खड़ा एक जोगी।
हे माई मुझको भिक्षा दे,
दबा रहे आला तेरा। प्रभु तुझे जीता रखे, सदा बोल
बाला तेरा हो, सदा बोल वाला तेरा। भगवान तुझे जीता रखे हो, सदा बोल वाला तेरा।
तुम दूधो नहाओ पूतो फलो,
और दिन पर दिन बड़े भागिनी हो। भूखे को थोड़ा भोजन दो, माई तू अटल सुहागनी हो। भूखे को थोड़ा भोजन हो, तुझे चला सुहागिनी हो। भूखे को थोड़ा भोजन दो,
भिक्षा देहि। ये क्या? लगता है किसी योगी पुरुष द्वारा मायावी रेखा का संचन किया हुआ है।
हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बड़ी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे।
हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बड़ी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे।
चले जाएंगे तेरे द्वार से भली बुरी सब कह देंगे।
चले जाएंगे तेरे द्वार से भली बुरी सब कह देंगे।
हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बड़ी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे।
हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बड़ी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे।
है तिरजंडी जोगी जोगी, बनी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे। हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बनी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे। चले जाएंगे, चले जाएंगे, चले जाएंगे तेरे द्वार से भली बुरी सब कह देंगे। हम तो है तिरजंडी जोगी, बनी भीख नहीं लेवेंगे।
जोगी बाबा क्षमा करो, मेरे का छोड़ नहीं सकती, का छोड़ नहीं सकती। ये आन है लक्ष्मण देवर की, इसको मैं तोड़ नहीं सकती।
ये आन है लक्ष्मण देवर की, इसको तोड़ नहीं सकती। ये आन है लक्ष्मण देवर की, इसको मैं तोड़ नहीं सकती।
निरंजन, तेरी तुम तोड़ो नहीं, नित्य देवर की आन बाबा भी लेगा नहीं, बना हुआ ये दान।
देवर की आन रहे न रहे, रखूंगी धर्म गृहस्थी का,
रखूंगी ध्यान गृहस्थी का, रखूंगी ध्यान गृहस्थी का।
मैं इस रेखा का ध्यान छोड़ करती हूँ कर्म गृहस्थी का।
रेखा का ध्यान छोड़ करती हूँ धर्म गृहस्थी का। इस रेखा का ध्यान छोड़ करती हूँ धर्म गृहस्थी का।
सीधे हो सावधान, अब तू मेरे कब्जे में है और अब मैं लंकाधिपति राजा रावण हूँ, तू रावण के बस में है।
रे दुष्ट खड़ारे खबरदार, अब स्वामी आने वाले हैं। जो धनुष तोड़ के लाए थे वो ही में रे रखवाले हैं। तू क्या संसार पलट जाए, तू क्या संसार पलट जाए, तो भी बल तोल नहीं सकता। सतवंती सीता के आगे ब्रह्मा भी बोल नहीं सकता। दानी के बटुए की समता करती जो भोली भिखमंगे की सूरज के पास पहुंचा है, इच्छा है नीच पतंगे।
उठा ले चलो।
अरे
श्री राम,
यह क्या? यहाँ पर सीता और लक्ष्मण दोनों ही नहीं दिखाई दे रहे। भैया लक्ष्मण! भैया लक्ष्मण, सीता कहाँ है?
भैया आप ही ने तो पुकारा था।
लक्ष्मण, मैंने पुकारा था? नहीं नहीं, मैंने नहीं पुकारा।
नहीं भैया, आप ही ने पुकारा था।
ओह, अब मैं समझ गया। यह सब कुछ उस माया मृग की चाल थी। लक्ष्मण, हमें शीघ्र ही सीता को ढूंढना चाहिए। सीता अब सुरक्षित नहीं लगती मुझे।
जो आ गया भैया।
श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन, कुटिया में लौट जब आए। नहीं पाई सिया अकुलाए नैन भर आए। श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन, कुटिया में लौट जब आए।
श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन, कुटिया में छोड़ कर आए। श्री राम व्याकुल मन, कुटिया में छोड़ कर आए।
पाई सिया अकुलाए नैन भर आए। नहीं पाई सिया अकुलाए नैन भर आए। श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन, कुटिया में लौट जब आए। श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन,
कुटिया में लौट कर आए।
सूनापन इतना गहरा था, श्री राम का जी घबराया। सूनापन इतना गहरा था, श्री राम का जी घबराया। सारे पिंजरे थे खुले, एक पंछी भी नजर नहीं आया। अरे ओ निरीह प्राणी, मेरे सामने से हट जा, नहीं तेरे अभी मैं प्राण हर लूंगा। लगता है इसको मारना ही पड़ेगा।
यह क्या, गिद्धराज घायल अवस्था में, इनकी यह दशा किसने की?
अरे कौन है, कौन है? मुझे गोद में उठा रहा है। अरे कौन? मैं कहता हूँ हट जाओ। हाँ, राम मंत्र है माता का, आराधना उसकी करने दो।
सुनो सुनो हे गिद्धराज, मैं ही हूँ राम, गिद्धराज देखो तुम्हें, करता राम प्रणाम।
राम प्रणाम प्रणाम। हाँ, एक राक्षस दक्षिण ले चला था उनको, और अब लड़ा हूं उनसे, और अब छुड़ा ना सका उनको। और आप सामने आ जाओ, और आप रूप निखरने दो।
हे गिद्धराज, यह समाचार पिताजी से जाकर मत कहना। अच्छा जाओ हे भक्तराज, जाओगे परम धाम को तुम, जाते जाते इतना सुन लो, ऋणी आकर चले राम को तुम।
अंत समय बोले रघुवर, लो अमर तुम्हें कर देता हूँ, कहे जटायु नहीं था तुम्हें मुक्ति का वर लेता हूँ। अंत समय बोले रघुवर, लो अमर तुम्हें कर देता हूँ,
कहे जटायु नहीं था तुम्हें मुक्ति का वर लेता हूँ।
मोक्ष मार्ग में राम रूप में महाप्राण का महाप्रयाण, मोक्ष मार्ग में
रूप में महाप्राण का महाप्रयाण।
राम कथा में वीर जटायु का अपना अनुपम स्थान, राम कथा में वीर जटायु का अपना अनुपम स्थान। प्राण विहीन देह गोदी में लिए राम करुणा बरसाए, कमल
विहीन देह गोदी में लिए राम करुणा बरसाए।
कमल नयन की अश्रुधार से प्रभु अंतिम स्नान कराए,
कमल नयन की अश्रुधार से प्रभु अंतिम स्नान कराए।
ऋणी रहूंगा गिद्धराज का लक्ष्मण से बोले भगवान,
ऋणी रहूंगा गिद्धराज का लक्ष्मण से बोले भगवान।
राम कथा में वीर जटायु का अपना अनुपम स्थान,
राम कथा में वीर जटायु का अपना अनुपम स्थान।
लखन ले व्याकुल मन कुटिया में लौट जब आए, श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन कुटिया में लौट जब आए।
नहीं पाई सिया अकुलाए नैन भर आए, नहीं पाई सिया अकुलाए नैन भर आए। श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन कुटिया में लौट जब आए, श्री राम लखन ले व्याकुल मन कुटिया में लौट जब आए। राम आएंगे तो अंगना सजाऊंगी, राम
आएंगे तो अंगना सजाऊंगी।
ओ जी दीप जला के दिवाली मैं मनाऊंगी,
दीप जला के दिवाली मैं बनाऊंगी।
हाँ जी मेरे जन्मों के सारे कट जाएंगे राम आएंगे। ओ जी मेरे जन्मों के सारे पाप कट जाएंगे राम आएंगे। ओ जी मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज जाग जाएंगे राम आएंगे। मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज जाग जाएंगे राम आएंगे। ओ राम आएंगे आएंगे राम आएंगे।
राम आएंगे आएंगे राम आएंगे।
ओ मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज जाग जाएंगे राम आएंगे।
मेरी झोपड़ी के भाग आज जाग जाएंगे राम आएंगे।
अरे अरे मेरे प्रभु मेरे प्रभु राम आ गए। अरे मेरे तो भाग खुल गए। प्रभु के पास जाती हूँ। प्रभु आप आ गए। आओ प्रभु आओ बैठो।
हाँ साहब 100 रुपए जोगी रावण के पाठ पर हिंदुस्तान इलेक्ट्रिकल्स लक्ष्मीकांत जी रमाकांत जी तोतला के द्वारा सप्रेम भेंट। बोल बालाजी महाराज की जय।
प्रभु देखो मैं आपके लिए बेर लेकर आई हूँ।
कभी कभी भक्तों के भगवान चले आ।
कभी कभी भक्तों के भगवान चले आते हैं।
भगवान चले
ला बेर बेर क्यों देर करे, ये बेर सुधा से बढ़कर हैं। माखन मिश्री से भी अच्छे, ताकतवर मधुर मनोहर हैं।
भगवान चले आते हैं, भगवान चले आते हैं। शिवरी के घर राम चले आते हैं। वो कभी कभी भक्तों के भगवान चले आते हैं।
हे माता, हम दोनों भाई राम लखन बनवासी बनकर आए हैं। सीता को अपने साथ साथ इस दंडक वन में लाए हैं। दुर्दिन ने ऐसा कर डाला, उस ओर पिता का मरण हुआ, इस ओर स्वर्ण मर्ग के कारण कुटिया से सीता हरण हुआ। तुम भी हे वनवासिनी, बतलाओ कुछ राम कहाँ जाए, किससे कहे कहाँ जाए, क्या हम करें उपाय।
प्रभु आप इसी ओर चले जाओ, वहाँ ऋषिमुख पर्वत है। सुग्रीव वहाँ के राजा है। अपने भाई के कारण ही वह अत्यधिक कष्ट सहता है। तुम उसी दिशा में चले जाओ, सीता की सुधि मिल जाएगी। वो कली यहाँ मुरझाई थी, जो कली वहाँ खिल जाएगी। जाओ प्रभु उसी ओर चले जाओ।
जय जानकी नाथा स्वामी जय जानकी नाथा कर जोरे विनवो कर
जोरे विनवो प्रभु मेरी सुन बाता। ओम जय जानकी नाथा आप रघुनाथ हमारे प्राण पिता माता। हो स्वामी प्राण पिता माता आप हो सजन संगाती। प्रभु जी हो सजन संगाती भक्ति मोक्ष दाता। ओम जय जानकी नाथा 84 प्रभु फंद छुड़ाओ मैं तो यम त्रासा।
स्वामी में तो यम त्रासा
निश दिन प्रभु मोये राखो
सब दिन प्रभु मोहे राखो अपने
संग साथा।
ओम जय जानकी नाथा
श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण भरत शत्रुघ्न संग चारो भैया। स्वामी संग चारो भैया जगमग ज्योत विराजत
झिलमिल ज्योत विराजत
शोभा तिलैया। ओम जय जानकी नाथा अब हनुमत नाथ बजावत
नेवर ठुमकाता हो
स्वामी नेवर ठुमकाता। करण थाल आरती कंचन थाल आरती करत कौशल्या माता।
ओम जय जानकी नाथा
क्रीड मुकुट कर धनुष विराजत शोभात बारी। स्वामी शोभात बारी मणि राम दर्शन कर
तुलसीदास
दर्शन कर पल पल बलिहारी। ओम जय जानकी नाथा श्री जानकी नाथ की आरती जो कोई नर गावे। स्वामी जो सुंदर गावे प्रेम सहित गावे वका पाप परा जावे। वके लक्ष्मी आवे वके आनंद होई जावे वके मंगल होई जावे। कहत शिवानंद स्वामी सतत बुढ़ानंद स्वामी सुख संपत्ति पावे। ओम जय जानकी नाथा जय जानकी नाथा स्वामी जय श्री रघुनाथा। स्वामी जय सीता माता स्वामी जय दारो दाता। स्वामी जय लक्ष्मण भ्राता स्वामी जय कौशल्या माता। स्वामी जय हनुमत दासा स्वामी जय सुख के दाता। प्रभु कर जोड़े विनवो प्रभु कर जोड़े विनवो प्रभु मेरी सुन बाता। ओम जय जानकी नाथा ओम जय जानकी नाथा ओम जय जानकी नाथा।
This will be a very quick presentation. We just want to introduce these ideas. I start by explaining the very basics, and we'll sort of layer on the knowledge as we go through the presentation. Models and simulations, I'll explain what they are, but they're essentially tools that are underutilized where they are most needed, and they are most needed in cities that are challenged with very rapid growth. And these are essentially tools that can help us answer what-if questions. So in this very brief talk, I would like us to develop a fundamental understanding of transport modeling and traffic simulation. They're two different things, and I'll get into that. How they can be used to enhance the project development workflow, the different applications and data requirements. These are tools that you need to feed with quality and up-to-date data. So we'll look at that. And if it's something you're interested in learning and developing capacity around, I can also point you towards relevant resources for you to start learning. First things first, what is modeling? I'm sure you've encountered the term many times. You may have worked with different business models. You have architectural models. You have also financial models. You might have your own personal finance model that you can use to track how much money you have, and you can project into the future how much money you might have by the end of the year by knowing how much you spend. And with certain inputs, you can derive certain outputs, and it's very similar principles, but applied to the transport sector. And so essentially a model is a representation of an object or a system. It's a simplified version of something. And again, you've seen these before. An architect will work with physical models, a scaled down version of something. A transport planner works with schematic maps that are a representation of reality, but they're not to scale. A business model is a verbal model, and a transport model is a mathematical model. That sounds scary to some of us, but fortunately we have tools that do all the math, and we get to do the planning. So a transport model is a practice and process that uses mathematical models in software tools to virtually test, appraise, and visualize complex concepts. Again, in the last session and in yesterday's sessions, we talked a lot about you having to work in a context of growth, very rapid growth. And your job is to find ways to better balance the supply and demand of transport systems in the present, but also in the future. You're all thinking about how your cities will perform in the next 5 years, but also 2030, 2050. And that's quite challenging because there's so many variables at play, and there are tools that can help you with that. And time again, we see in rapidly developing cities, we see big infrastructures planned and financed without a good forecast of future demand. And that can often result in infrastructure projects that are delivered over time and over budget. There are some very useful tools that you can avail of to help you overcome these challenges. On one side of the spectrum, we have transport models for transport planning. On the other side, we have traffic simulations for traffic engineering. So planners will use the models, engineers the simulations, and we can look at the spectrum using this kind of illustration where on one end, the model for planners is called a macroscopic model. You could have a model for all of ASEAN or all movements in the Philippines, including your road-based traffic, but your rail as well as your air traffic, your boats. You could have a model at that national level, or you could have a metropolitan level model, say for Metro Manila, or for your city, or for part of your inner city. But then we get quite detailed, and the more detailed we get, the more we move towards the world of traffic engineering. And the difference there is one is link, node, and zone-based. This is like a 2D map that you're probably familiar with, made up of lines. And you can also have different zones. This could be an administrative area, or a node would be an intersection. And all your data is stored around links, nodes, and zones. And I'll make that a little more clear in the next few slides. While on the other end, you have simulations, which is agent-based. Basically, you have autonomous agents moving through a network like this. So the car is an agent, the person walking is an agent. In theory, you could have a simulation of your city, but it would require a lot more computing power, and the margin of error would increase as you go up in scale. So we rely on models. And models are great. I am a big advocate, but of course, the real world is far too complex for these models based off of algorithms to effectively and very realistically model. And so they're only approximations. Your job, if you're a modeler or someone working in simulation, is to get it as close as possible to reality. But that in itself can be very challenging, especially in the Filipino context, I imagine. You have so many different vehicle types, and the behavior of these vehicles is really quite complex. Jeepneys don't necessarily park at consistent locations, so modeling gets quite difficult in this kind of context, but you also have to consider the risk of not modeling. If you create a project without modeling, maybe your outcomes will be even further off from what is needed. And when you build a model, there's a workflow, and this applies to simulations too. Before you even begin, you will need an idea for a project, a vision, and a desired outcome. And your desired outcome could be, say, to reduce congestion or improve traffic flow. And then step one is to build what we call a base model, a model or a simulation of what's happening today in real time, so the current situation. And to do that, you collect data. It could, for instance, be traffic counts. You then build your model, and then you calibrate your model to make sure it closely resembles what's happening in reality. And that could be a whole session in itself on how you can calibrate a model. But for example, you could compare your model to the collected data and or to, say, CCTV footage of the given area you are modeling or simulating. And then once you have your base model, you can create scenarios. So your vision could be delivered in many different ways. Say this is our project location. We have a big roundabout with a green island in the middle. Say you want to improve traffic flow. You need different kinds of data to build, say, your base model. You need information on the road network. So you could get that from a CAD file that you may have at the city level, or you could extrapolate it from a GIS map you may work with. You need traffic counts, information on vehicle compositions, so the different types of vehicles, driving behavior. People drive differently in different parts of the world. If you have traffic lights, you need to know your traffic signal cycles. And if you want to make it a pretty simulation, in this case, you would need maybe some 3D objects, some buildings, some trees. So that can be our first scenario. And maybe our engineering and design team comes up with another idea. What if we have this pedestrian overpass goes over the roadway, and we want to test and see how that performs? Or we have another scenario where we have a much more expensive looking project where we create essentially an urban garden and have the traffic in the intersection go below that piece of infrastructure. And this is a bit of an elaborated example. You could do something much more simple. Just compare different traffic signal configurations, for example. But basically, you build your scenarios, you can test them, evaluate them, and then compare the different results and see how they perform. Then it's up to you to choose whichever best meets your desired outcome or key performance indicators. And once you've done that and you've selected your scenario, the workflow continues and you can go to a detailed design stage. And say this is the model we go with, then you get useful numerical outputs, but you also get nice visualizations. And again, we're doing this at a very high level, so we'll only be showing you some of the nice visual outputs. And this is quite useful for you if you work in a technical capacity. If you have a good idea for a project and you want to share it with your mayor, instead of just handing him a 200-page report, you can give him a nice video which can be quite convincing. And I'd like to just deep dive first into macroscopic modeling for planning, and then we'll go into microscopic for traffic engineering. And your macroscopic model, your large-scale model, that is used to answer what-if questions. What if I build a new road here? What if I make a change to my public transport? Say you change the route or you change the schedule. What if I create a new development? If you introduce a new stadium or a new mall, what impact will that have on the wider transport network? What if there's a demographic change? You have an aging population, or you have just a very fast growing population, which is the case in many of the cities. What if mobility prices change? If fuel costs go up, that will impact how people move. Also, what if you introduce new regulations? These questions could be answered in a model-based environment, but obviously you need a lot of data to feed the model. As for solutions, there's a lot of different tools out there that you can use. They all have their relative strengths and weaknesses, but what you choose to use, you will probably stick to, because there is quite a steep learning curve when it comes to using these tools. So it's worthwhile really exploring what's out there and seeing what best meets your needs. And the way the tool works, there's really 4 different pillars. The first is it acts as a data hub, as a tool where you can centralize all your different supply and demand, your spatial data, such as your transport network. You can have all your roads, primary, secondary, tertiary roads. You can import those from, say, OpenStreetMaps, if that's what you're using. You can also import your public transport network. You can also bring in land use and socioeconomic data, so your administrative boundaries, population, economic data. So all of this can be brought in to your model, which is pretty much what you would do with a GIS tool. And at this level, it's essentially a GIS tool, and it could look something like this. So here we have our zones. So we could have Metro Manila and then have all the different cities represented as zones, for example. We have also overlaid our private transport network and our public transport network. And we can click on any given road and get information, the attributes of this road. So how long it is, the capacity of the road, how many vehicles can move through it in, say, an hour, the driving speed, and you have this for each and every road, which we call a link. And that becomes very useful when we get to the traffic analysis stage. You can also get data on your zone. So here we're clicking on zone number 10, and we can see related information. So we could have socioeconomic information about the zone, or information on where people are going to and from. A lot of these tools are based off of origin destination data, and you get that information in different ways. It could be from a household survey, but you start to understand how people move between zones. And in this particular example, there's 2 universities, one here and one here, and you can see a lot of movement, high volumes of movement. The volume is represented by the thickness, and you can see how people are moving through space. This is not assigned to the road network, so it's still not very useful, but we do get an idea of how people are going to and from different locations. Once we've got our data hub ready, and if your city has a data hub that's up to date and well maintained, it's an extremely valuable tool to have, which you can then use to quickly test and appraise different project interventions and do all kinds of traffic analysis. So say we have our model, we have it all set up, it's our data hub, and we have our origin and destination data. And basically what we do is we run an assignment, we click play, and we can see how people move through our network. This case here, we have public transport in blue, private transport in orange, and we can see the volume. And you could also visualize it in a way where you can see where you're likely to have congestion. And that can help you identify underperforming locations, measure delays, and determine just the general level of service of your transport system. And that can give you a really good idea of your network capacity and network performance, which is insightful. But when it becomes really useful is when you use it to develop forecasts. So you need to have a good baseline and base model to then develop forecasts. So again, say this is your city. You have some bottlenecks as you approach the city center there, and you would like to understand what impact having a new road would have on decongesting the city center, for example. So anyway, in the model, you have your data hub, and very quickly you can do analysis like this. So say we want to test this hypothetical road. We run a new assignment, and we can see the volume that has shifted onto this road because we know origin, destination, and some people that start over here want to go over here, and now they don't have to go through the city center. And you can see if I go back and forth, how the volume moving through the city center has decreased. Quite useful to quickly test and appraise different types of interventions. And that's quite useful because if you can understand the extent to which you can potentially reduce congestion, You can do all kinds of economic appraisals. You can do some kind of cost-benefit analysis on what's being proposed. And that can also help you develop your financial proposals. It can also help you inform your civil works. You can determine how many lanes you may need for this given road. You can quantify congestion reduction. And again, you can do all kinds of cost-benefit analyses. Hopefully, you opt to use these tools for more sustainable urban mobility purposes around the different topics we've been presenting. And one way these tools can be used is for public transport. You could test the potential impact of a new bus corridor, for example, and you could identify the most optimal location for your corridor based on your origin data analysis and find the best suited corridor for, say, a high capacity bus corridor. And you could also use it to develop your schedules and understand how your vehicle performs. So here you can see at 6:45 in the morning, going towards 7 a.m. between Central Station and Market Square, there's a lot of passengers on the bus to a point where the level of service is quite poor for the passengers. And this could maybe indicate that an additional bus operating between this time frame would be beneficial and would improve the passenger user experience, which is quite a nice thing to be able to determine early on when you explore these kinds of projects. You can do all kinds of visualizations to understand accessibility to and from city centers or to and from different stations. So there's a lot of other kinds of analysis and visualizations you can do using these kinds of tools. Again, can help you enhance your implementation. You can determine how many BRT vehicles you may need to run your service. You can understand your fuel requirements based off of that. You can also optimize your service operations, which will maximize your fare box revenue. Over to the other end of the spectrum, looking at traffic engineering. So now we're looking at microscopic simulation. It's a whole different profession that would use these tools. This one is much more visual, and you can use it for designing your cycle lanes, perhaps, for public transport operations, and I'll give some examples, and also for traffic signal control. And these tools have slightly different applications. Again, much more detailed, but you can do capacity analysis, but at a very localized and detailed or granular level. I'll give an example of traffic signal optimization and public transport, but you could also do emissions modeling, and you get these nice visual outputs. Obviously, behavior differs from city to city, country to country, culture to culture. This particular tool is developed in Germany. People drive very differently in Germany. They're very obedient of traffic lanes. However, in much of the world, probably the majority of the world, we don't abide traffic lanes quite as much. So if you want to build a simulation that reflects reality, the simulation needs to be able to simulate non-lane based traffic. So here you can see the motorbikes. If they see a gap, they will take that gap and they will move into that gap. And there's some bunching beyond the intersection, which is closer to what we would maybe see in some Filipino cities. This is an Indian city. And again, you can see the vehicle composition, the types of vehicles you see should and can reflect the reality on the ground. The simulation is based off what we call the Wiedemann car following model. It's an algorithm. Basically, vehicles don't drive at a constant speed from each other. They get closer and further away. And that differs, again, from country to country and culture to culture. Some countries drive much more aggressively, some less aggressively. And your simulation will need to be tweaked to best reflect the local reality, which is a complicated exercise in itself and could require some extensive research if you want to do it very accurately. Here, I just have a nice story of a project. Does anyone know where this is? This is the city of London. It's a very old photograph, as you've probably guessed. It's of a time when London had a much, much smaller population, much, much fewer vehicles, and it's arguably one of the hearts of the city center. It's called Trafalgar Square, yes. And it used to be one big multi-lane roundabout, 2 or 3 lanes here, 4 lanes over here. But as the city developed, it just became an island of pollution. This is it today, 100 years on, in a much bigger city, much more populated, much more motorized. And what can we observe here from this image? There's one key difference, and it relates to the previous module. It's no longer a roundabout. Yes, so they pedestrianized an entire section of what used to be a roundabout. Now it just forms one big public space. So how can they do that? A city that has only grown since this was initially built, has probably 10 times the population, 10 times the vehicles. How can you reduce capacity and still keep traffic flowing? And you can see here, this became pedestrianized. They reduced the amount of lanes, and they created a small roundabout in front here at a very critical location in London. And this was a UNESCO project. This was deemed a valuable public space in London, and they received funds to improve this as a public space and improve the air quality. And how did they do this? Well, they developed a simulation, but essentially what they did is they tested a queue relocation strategy. So using actuated traffic signals, so on-demand signals, essentially traffic lights that know how many vehicles are waiting at a arm of the roundabout, they redesigned how the traffic signals function. So basically there's traffic lights here, 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 and also upstream. And if this traffic light detects a 60% threshold, if it feels like it's getting congested, and it knows this from sensors, loops in the street, it will tell the traffic light upstream to hold the traffic back. And so this can only get congested to a certain point because the traffic signals will hold traffic back. And yes, you will build up some traffic further upstream, so at an intersection like that one. But as long as the roundabout doesn't completely congest, you can maintain a certain amount of flow in the city. And the only way this project was ever approved is because they could test it and show that it could work. And this was done using a simulation solution like this one. So quite a nice idea of how you can use these tools to better manage traffic to improve the non-motorized transport environment. So that's just one example. You can use it for many different purposes, for understanding travel times, travel volumes, vehicle emissions. And then going even at a more detailed scale, we also have pedestrian engineering. And this is, again, similar concepts, but obviously people move very differently to vehicles. And this is not based off the car following model, but off what we call the social force model. And similarly, that needs to be calibrated to the local culture. So in a Northern European city, people keep their distance when they are existing. Whereas in the Philippines, I feel people are fine being close together. And so when you simulate a pedestrian simulation, you can calibrate it to the local setting. And you can use this to determine the level of service. A level of service F, as you can see here, is very crowded, so probably not a very comfortable way to experience an infrastructure. Level of service A, you have lots of space, free circulation. And if you can strike for level of service C, D, it gets a bit crowded, but that's generally something good to aim for. And say you're building a new transport hub, you could, before building anything, understand roughly how people move through this space and see where you may have a poor level of service. If you haven't designed it yet, you could work with your architecture team to design in a way where the level of service is aligned with your train schedules, so you know what and how your station may perform, say, in the peak hour. So lots of different applications. It's quite useful also for multimodal engineering, where vehicles meet pedestrians. Complex intersections could benefit from using the vehicle plus pedestrian simulations. If you want to plan, again, your BRT corridor, or if you have big events and you want to make sure people can leave, say, a stadium in a certain amount of time if there's ever an emergency, similarly with a building evacuation. And I just want to wrap this up with a very quick example of how different tools could be used together to help you with the development of, say, a project. And I've used the BRT example. You would start with using these tools for the planning purposes. You would develop your data hub. You could use that to help determine the optimum corridor. You could do your scheduling. You could determine your vehicle fleet size requirements. You could also understand if you have a dedicated busway, what impact that would have on the traffic. And then you could go import parts of your corridor into a simulated environment. This is an example from Abu Dhabi. This has not been built. Here you can move 10,000 people per hour per direction by removing a lane of traffic, versus here where we have 3 lanes of traffic versus 2 here. You only move 7,000 people per hour per direction, which we talked about this morning as well, the people per hour per direction, the PPHPD. And you would use this tool to design your lanes, the interaction of the buses at intersections with vehicles, and also your stations. And I should have some examples of stations. This is a multimodal station in Colombia, where they have the Transmilenio, a very famous BRT. And you can see how this tool may have been used for the design of the station. You have passing lanes, so buses don't bunch up, which is good. You need to have platforms long enough to cater for the demand. You could also use a tool like this to see how your BRT could integrate with your feeder services, which could be jeepney-based, for example, and also understand the pedestrian or the passenger user experience by determining their level of service. And even simple things like how many turnstiles do you need for people to move comfortably through your stations. You could sort of see how queues build, which is quite nice. At the most detailed scale, you could even use a tool to determine the added benefit of, say, having a bus with 2 doors versus 3 doors. If you have 3 doors, you can board and alight more people faster versus 2 doors, obviously. And if your whole network is composed of 3-door buses, but 3-door buses cost more, but your service operates more efficiently, you could do some kind of cost-benefit analysis. So again, some of the solution providers, they provide integrated tools where you can really move through this entire workflow in quite a seamless fashion, from macroscopic to microscopic, which is quite neat. And that's really good for planning, engineering, designing, economic appraisal, and accessing finance. If it's something you wish to learn more of, there's no better time to start than the present. If you start today, you can avail of much better tools than existed, say, 10 years ago. We have much more data. There's new methods to access data. Our computers are better. Costs are lower than ever for a lot of sophisticated hardware and software. And we have new automated methods. If you wish to get started, I'm happy to guide you towards some useful resources. There are different demos of different software packages online. So I can only recommend trying out the different tools, see what works best for your needs. And if you find the tool you like, there's lots of online communities of practice that you can join and learn and ask questions. There's some very passionate people in these worlds of modeling and simulation. And yeah, start with a very small project. And if it's really something of interest, you can even check out our website. We have a more extensive talk on what these solutions are and a basic training exercise that shows you how to download a software package and how to build a very simple simulation. I hope it was interesting, and even if you never pick up one of these tools, I think it's useful for you to know that they exist. So thanks very much. Summer is an ASEAN-German cooperation project implemented by GFA Consulting Group and partners on behalf of GIZ. For more information on the Summer project, do consider checking out www.summer.asia. We look forward to seeing you there.
This for real. So right now I am seeing that it is prepping. Let me see what's going on. Okay, so we are good to go. I can see that we are currently live streaming on YouTube. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize that. So while I'm getting prepped, for those of you joining us via Zoom, welcome. Also, to those of you joining us via YouTube, welcome. Just FYI, the YouTube stream is about on a 20-second delay. So just be aware of that. If the timing seems weird with what I'm saying and you're typing in, for example, in the chat box, and it seems like I am moving on without you, that's why. We're going to try to minimize that, but 20-second delay is pretty substantial for people doing instruction. So we'll do our best today, and I'm really glad you guys are here, especially for those of you in Western time zones. This is pretty early for those of us on the teaching team today in California. It's about 7 a.m. and I usually don't start my workday for another hour. So for those of you west of us, thank you so much for coming. I am going to go ahead and start sharing my screen so we can get started. Bear with me a second while I do that, and then I'll check and make sure that it's working on the YouTube channel. Share screen.
मन नहीं भरा यार, किसी और को धूल चटानी है। किले तक राइड करेगा? चल।
रुक मत, चल तू, रुक मत। रुक मत।
सिर्फ कैस्ट्रॉल एक्टिव का बेहतरीन 3x प्रोटेक्शन रखे आपके इंजन को हमेशा फिट। कैस्ट्रॉल एक्टिव विद 3x प्रोटेक्शन।
screen share. I know this doesn't make for good YouTube television, me talking to myself about screen sharing, but this is how we're going to get it done this morning. Oh, goodness. What are you doing? Sorry, it's picked the wrong. So we're just going to go with this because I believe this will work. Let me just check and make sure that YouTube is doing its thing. Okay, I see that one is getting started. Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure you guys can hear it because I've got the headset. My cat is running back and forth across the house right now. Good timing, Kitty. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'm sorry, I'm gonna leave the slides this way because my computer is being unfortunate, but this will do, I believe. Let's make this as big as we can. All right, so welcome to Intro to QGIS for QGIS North America 2020. This is the first session of the conference. We are running concurrently right now with another Intro to QGIS session in Spanish. If you're looking for that one, I recommend that you go to the conference website and there's a link for live streaming for that session on the website. All right. Sorry, I have a little bit of audio issue right now. Okay, so I recommend, again, if you were looking for the Spanish language one, go ahead and find the live stream link on our conference website. I would say that in Spanish, but I'm teaching the English one for a reason because I don't speak Spanish very well. All right, so moving on, again, welcome. This is QGIS North America 2020 and the Intro to QGIS workshop in English. Today, everything that you're seeing this Friday and then for the next 2 Fridays for the QGIS North America conference is free. We decided not to have any registration fees because everything that we're doing today is on volunteer time. We have no corporate sponsors for this conference. We have, in fact, no sponsors at all except for our works that are allowing us to do this on work time for those of us who are organizing. So we thank our employers for that. If you are able, we are suggesting that you make a donation to support the maintenance and development of QGIS. You can do that. I realize that the link that's showing on the screen isn't clickable with the video. The easiest way to get to the donation page is just to go to qgis.org and then click the support QGIS button. That's kind of in the middle of the homepage there. So if you're able to make a donation, that's what we'd like to suggest in lieu of having registration fees. But if that's not an option right now, I know a lot of people have tight finances with the pandemic going on. That's totally cool. We're happy to have you here regardless. So hello, welcome again. My name is Michelle Tobias. I am the Geospatial Data Specialist at the University of California, Davis Data Lab. We are a data science shop where we help folks with research and the whole data pipeline, specifically with data science and data processing and research workflows. Today I have 3 helpers out in cyberspace in various places. So here in Zoom, we've got Leah Nagel, who is University of California, Davis Center for Watershed Sciences staff. I just realized I misspelled that. Apologies. And Jason Whitney, who is a graduate student in the UC Davis Geography Graduate Group, where I'm an alum from. So super happy to have Jason here helping too. And then Kurt Mankey is going to be helping us with the chat that's going on YouTube. So I'm happy to have him here as well. He's also very experienced with QGIS, probably the most out of all of us. So hey, Kurt, if you're out there watching. So that's our team today. You'll see them helping in the chat. So when you have questions, you're going to post questions in the chat so that we don't have, you know, a bunch of people contributing audio that could be challenging for instruction. So we're going to have you go ahead and use the chat for that. And I'll explain in a minute how that's going to work. So if you see Leah and Jason and Kurt responding, those are our official helpers, but feel free to help each other. This is an open source tools, open source conference. We like to help each other. All right, so For today's workshop, a little bit about what we're going to be doing. This is an introductory GIS workshop. It's going to be largely a demonstration. I'm going to show you a bunch of things. You can feel free to follow along if you would like. I've provided the workshop data for you to use to follow along. I would say one thing to be aware of is that if you have multiple screens, following along will be easier. If you are working on one, for example, one small laptop screen, your better bet today might be to just watch and then try what we're doing later. The workshop materials will be online forever as far as I'm concerned. I usually update them when we get new versions of the software, but you'll have access to that after the workshop as well. So if you need to just sit back and watch and not follow along, that's okay. Normally we do workshops in person and I would rather do them that way, but obviously we have to do this remote. So pace yourself. If at some point you get overwhelmed and you're following along and you just want to watch, that's fine too. Just take care of yourself today. It's going to be a long haul. We got a 4-hour workshop. I also want to mention this is not a feature tour. I got a couple of emails asking about that and making the assumption that I would be doing just a feature tour. That's not what today's workshop is. This is an introductory workshop, and I'm going to assume for some portion of this that you don't have GIS experience. So that's just for the first part of this. So sit tight if you are already a GIS pro and you're just looking for some QGIS experience. But anyway, that's the plan for today. So let's go ahead and, oops, sorry, click the wrong button, pardon me. Get back to screen sharing. Just trying to open the chat. If you've ever presented with Zoom, you know that as soon as you start screen sharing, it rearranges all of your windows for you. Okay, so today for our Zoom participants, I'm going to walk you through some of the tools that we like to use while I'm doing workshops via Zoom. For those of you in YouTube, I will give you some suggestions for how you can participate as well with the options that you have on YouTube. So if you are on Zoom, if you go down to the bottom of your screen, you'll see an icon for the chat. If you haven't opened up the chat, go ahead and click on that and open up the chat window. And what I'd like to have you do is practice using it. So you're going to go ahead and post your name, your location, your job, some kind of introduction. You can be as specific or vague as you like. The reason that I'm having you do this is partially so you can get some experience with the chat window, because that's where we're going to be posting questions when you have questions or if you're stuck on something. But also this helps me justify to my my team in my office that we had a certain number of participants, and look at all the cool places they came from and look at the reach. So if you can do that in some form, that would be super helpful for me. For those of you on YouTube, if you'd like, there's a chat feature there as well. Feel free to introduce yourselves to your fellow participants over there so that you get some experience using that chat window so that when you have questions, you can ask there. I'll give you just a second to do that. I also have to say it's super cool to be able to share with you guys from all over the world today. I know it's unfortunate that we can't come to one place to do a conference together in person, but it's really nice that we're able to do live streams instead and still get some time to help each other out and do some group learning. So I'm still seeing the chat going, but that's great. We're gonna take a look at some other tools that we're gonna use as well in Zoom today. So the other thing that can be really helpful for me as an instructor is to be able to poll you guys. So if you go back down to the bottom of your Zoom screen, you'll see that there is a button that I believe is called Participants. I can't check that because it took away my menu that looks like your menu while I'm screen sharing. But if you click on Participant or Participants, you'll see that there is a poll of sorts. There is a a green yes button and a red no button. And so what I'm going to have you do is answer a question for me. So how many of you are new to GIS? So if the answer is yes, go ahead and hit green. If it is no, go ahead and hit the red button so we can see the answer to that poll.
हमारा अचार खरीदने कोई आया ही नहीं।
आइडिया 10 रुपए का पैक ट्राई कराते हैं। ट्राई कीजिए सिर्फ 10 रुपए में, सिर्फ 10 रुपए में। ओहो दाग।
कोई बात नहीं, 10 रुपए के सर्फ एक्सेल से ये जिद्दी दाग होंगे साहब।
10 रुपए का सर्फ एक्सेल निकाले जिद्दी दाग।
There's my participants button. So again, the question you're answering in the participants window is, are you new to GIS? So if the answer is yes, go ahead and click the green button. And if it's no, hit the red button. It looks like most of you have found that, so that's great. I appreciate you doing this. Throughout the workshop, I'm going to check pacing on some things using that feature. It's just a good way to find out, how people are feeling about stuff, whether we need to move on or not. Okay, so great. So before we jump in, it'd be helpful if you guys knew where the workshop materials are. If you registered for the workshop, you got an email that had this linked in it in some way, shape, or form. If not, I'm going to leave this up for a second so you can copy the URL. I know with the video streaming, this isn't linkable, but I can post it in the chat window for Zoom, and hopefully someone can go ahead and paste that for the folks in the YouTube stream. Here we go. Just bear with me a second while I paste the link in the chat window. So go ahead, Leah.
Oh, I just said I'd already done it, but by the time I found the unmute button, you'd already done it. Never mind.
Okay, no worries. It's an early morning for our team. We will. So Leah and Jason will be popping in again on audio to let me know. There are helpers for the day for those of you who are just joining us. The rest of you should please stay muted and leave your video off for now. Just so that we can conserve bandwidth. I'm doing this from my home office, which is in my living room, thanks to working from home. So bear with us on that. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys in the Zoom session if you found the workshop materials. So if the answer is yes, go ahead and there we go. So go ahead and click the yes button if you found the workshop materials. If you need another 30 seconds or so to find that, go ahead and click no, and I'll pause for that. Okay, it looks like most of you so far have found the workshop materials that want it. If you're just watching and you don't care about it, go ahead and click the yes button so I know not to wait for you. All right. So I'm going to switch up some screens here as you guys finish getting your workshop materials. So this is what the page should look like when you find those workshop materials. This is a GitHub repository, and don't worry if that is something that's new to you. We're just using it for the display capabilities for, it makes a nice website for the workshop materials. So don't stress, we're not really going to be using GitHub today, aside from looking at it. Okay, so I think it looks like most folks have found the materials that want them. So let's dive in here. Let's see. So today's workshop is going to be with QGIS. I'm going to be demonstrating on QGIS 3.14. If you have a slightly older version, like 3.12, that will be perfectly fine. When I updated this last week, there were very few changes. So there's a couple minor things that have changed, like labels on stuff, but you'll be able to follow along just fine. Probably even if you have like 310, it should be good. If you're working on 2 still, it's going to be way different. So just sit back and watch and do it with an updated version later. So the workshop aims you probably saw on the conference website, but today the plan is we are going to cover some basics for GIS. I'm realizing this might be small for some of you, so I'm going to go ahead and make this font a little bit bigger. So we're going to be covering some of the basics. We're going to learn about different data types, and we are going to load up data into our GIS. We are going to style it, and then we're going to learn about the attribute table for vector data and do some basic querying. And then we are also going to assemble a map. And finally, we're going to do a little bit of spatial analysis if there's time. So we've got a lot on the schedule today. We will be taking some breaks throughout this 4-hour workshop period. That's a really long time to sit. So probably about every hour we'll take a 5 or 10 minute break so you can stretch or get some snacks or whatever it is you need to take care of yourself.
कहने को है क्या ढूंढ तुझे सुबह मैं और तू क्यों ना अभी जरा जरा चख ले मजा
Lay's. Great flavor, perfect crunch.
Okay, so what is GIS? Again, I'm assuming you guys don't have a ton of experience with GIS in general, but if you do, just sit back for the next 5 minutes and this will be easy peasy. Okay, so GIS stands for Geographic Information Systems or Geographic Information Science, depending on how you're using it. So when we use the Geographic Information System term, we're talking about basically like the software and the tools that we're using to investigate spatial relationships between data. When we're talking about geographic information science, we're talking about the framework that we're using to answer questions about spatial relationships. It's a good idea to know that these are 2 different options for when we say GIS, but mostly people won't distinguish between them. So I just like to bring it up so that if you ever do hear it, you're like, okay, I heard that in my intro. So today we're really going to be working with the system side of this because we're working with the tools. But when we do the spatial analysis, especially, we're going to be switching over to the science side. It'll be seamless. You'll never notice the difference. Okay, so this is a QGIS workshop. So what is QGIS? Just in case you were unfamiliar with it when you signed up for this, QGIS is a desktop GIS. That means that we are going to be working with a graphical user interface. You'll have windows and buttons to click and forms to fill out when we need to do stuff, which is different than a programming interface, for example. So things will be visual here. QGIS is open source, which means you have access to the code to read or modify it if you want to. You don't have to, but you can if you want to. The big advantage to this is that if something is, if there's a bug, if something isn't working right, anyone can fix it and anyone can add new features, which is different than proprietary software where you don't have access to all the code. That may not matter to you if you're just starting out, but later down the road, that might be something that you're interested in doing. QGIS is also an official project of the Open Source Geospatial Foundation. So OSGeo is an organization that helps support open source geospatial technologies. They provide infrastructure and organization to the broader community and to help do public education about what open source geospatial software is. They also put on a conference in theory every year, obviously not this year, and then regional conferences. If you've heard of FOSS4G, the Free and Open Source for Geospatial, that OSGeo, Open Source Geospatial Foundation, is the group that puts those on. Often you don't hear about the foundation, you just hear about the conferences. So just want to put a plug in for that. They do great work helping these kinds of projects get going and be maintained. Okay, so we've talked about what is GIS, we've talked about what is QGIS, but why? Why do QGIS? Why not use some other tool? I'm going to give you a list of reasons that I think are important to me personally. There are other reasons out there. For me, QGIS is a robust, powerful desktop GIS. Sometimes, especially working in the university community, doing consultations and working with researchers, I hear still, unfortunately, the rumor is still out there that anything that's open source is for some reason less than, it's not as good. That is not the case with QGIS. It's really powerful. It does everything that I expect a desktop GIS to do. So it's great. I like it. I've been working with it for a really long time. I actually did all my dissertation work with QGIS, and that was a while back, and it's gotten light years better since that point in time. One of the other advantages I see to this particular software is that it runs on Mac, Linux, and Windows. So we don't have to worry about people having a specific operating system. It runs on pretty much everything natively, which is nice. And you don't have to worry about license issues, dealing with license managers and stuff like that. It's not an issue with QGIS. So for those of you who just want to do your work and not deal with that, that's helpful. Another big thing is that it's free of charge, so you don't have to worry about paying for it. It's there. It's all access. You don't have to pay for other bits and pieces to make your job work. It's free. There's also really frequent updates and bug fixes. And there's a really responsive and enthusiastic community. I mentioned these together because I had a situation where I head up a project at the UC Davis Library that is digitizing the American viticultural areas, and we rely on GeoJSON for our file type. And at one point, there was an update to QGIS that changed how they handled GeoJSON, and it broke our project. So I was able to get on the bug tracker and say, hey, developers, so this happened. This isn't working for us now. Here's why we want you to fix it and make it the way that it used to be. And it was a situation they hadn't considered, and realized that they could fix that. And they did fix it. And in a couple of days, we're back up and running. So that's really cool that we have that community, and that's partially facilitated by the fact that this is open source. You can also integrate this with other geospatial tools and programming languages like R, Python, and PostGIS. So if you are interested in doing things like that, it is totally possible to connect all this stuff up. You also have access to tools like other softwares like GRASS and Saga and Orfeo and all kinds of other things that can connect to QGIS, so you can use it all in one spot. That's really helpful, because I'm not sure if those of you out there have tried using GRASS before on its own. Having it connected to QGIS makes it a lot easier to use GRASS algorithms. So that's another great reason to use QGIS specifically. You also have native access to formats like GeoJSON and GeoPackage that are open formats. You don't have to do any add-ons or special tools. They just work, which is nice. The GeoJSON format that QGIS uses is also the official GeoJSON format, unlike some of the proprietary software that's tried to write its own version of that. Another thing that I've come across is that QGIS is translated into more than 40 languages. So if, for example, in the university environment, sometimes we're working with folks in different countries or people who their first language isn't English. Having the interface for QGIS that's able to be translated so that it's in your native language can be really helpful. So I just think that's cool that that's available. The other thing is that QGIS is growing in use by local, state, federal, and international governments. So it's a good idea to at least know a little bit about QGIS, even if you typically use other softwares or other tools. You may find that this is on the list of things that you might need for future jobs. So hopefully we'll get you a good intro to this today so that you can check that off your list and put it on your resume. Before we jump into conceptual information, I'm going to pause and ask if there are any questions that I can answer. Not seeing anything pop up in the group chat. Okay. So let's go ahead then and jump on into our materials. concepts first, and then in a probably 5 minutes or so, we'll actually open the interface. So if you're dying to open the interface, we're going to get there soon. All right. So you need to understand a couple things about data before we can jump in, because this is important. So there are two main types of spatial data that you'll see when you're working with a graphical GIS. There are many, many other data formats out there. These are just the two most common. We could do an entire workshop on just data formats. So we're not going to do that today. We're just going to stick with two. So the two types of data that you typically see when working with a GIS are vector data and raster data. And then two kind of situations we're concerned about, and that's discrete data and then continuous data. So they kind of have their pluses and minuses. They're intended to do slightly different things, and you'll see that today when we're working with both these formats. So vector data is a lot better at visualizing and working with discrete objects. So when you think about, like, if I asked you, get out a sheet of paper and draw a map from your work to your house. As you're drawing that map, let's say you're inviting a colleague over for dinner and they need to know how to get your house, and you don't want to use, now we get out our phones and show people on Google Maps, or they can do it themselves. But let's say you're drawing this out. You're probably going to draw vector data. You're going to draw lines for roads. You're going to draw a point for your house. Maybe you're going to make it a star because that's the goal. You might represent, for example, the shopping center by your house as a polygon, so some kind of shape that's filled in. So that's vector data. It's really good at representing objects. If we can also use vector data to represent continuous data, but we kind of have to make it discrete. So in the picture you see, we've got contour lines. So we have a continuous field. Let's say it's elevation. Elevations could be any number, right? It could be 1, could be 1.1, it could be 1.12. It could be any number. But when we're representing that as vector data, we have to kind of make it discrete. So we do things like make topo lines. So if you looked at a topo map, that's a vector way to represent continuous data. On the other hand, we have raster data. Raster data is gridded data. So this one, I think, sometimes is a little bit harder to grasp because it's not how our brains intuitively think about things. But every single one of you, even if you've never worked with raster data before, as raster data have done this when you open up your phone and you take a picture. When you took that picture, you created raster data. It's gridded data. And if you zoom in really, really far into that picture, you start seeing pixels, right? Little squares of color. That's raster data. Each of those squares contains information about what should go in that particular square. So with the picture, for example, that square has information about what color to make the square. If we had a raster that was, for example, our elevation, that grid would have information about how high that cell should be. So what's the elevation within that square? So raster is really good at representing continuous data because we have continuous coverage and we've kind of broken it up into little squares. But if we make the squares fine enough, it's really good for continuous data. You can also represent discrete data like your points, lines, and polygons with raster. But as you can see with the image, we kind of have to chunk it up. This kind of looks like, if you're familiar with cross-stitch patterns, if you've ever made a cross-stitch pattern, you've actually gone from sort of vector type data to raster type data to make that happen. So you can fill in the squares. So if that's something that's all I'm going to say about raster versus vector data right now. As we jump into this, as we start loading data, you'll start to see some more of the sort of pluses and minuses, the advantages and disadvantages of both these types. But feel free also to ask questions in the chat as we go. All right, there's some text there too for if you're going to do this later and you want to remind yourself. Are there any questions right now before we move on about raster and vector data? Also remind you, we're going to load all this up into QGIS, so you'll see some examples of it. All right, I'm not seeing anything in the chat window in Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and move on. So I'm going to keep working from this this set of instructions, but I'm going to move it off onto my other screen. You guys can follow along too, but I'm going to put QGIS on the sharing screen so that you can see that in a second. I'll quickly introduce the data and then we'll switch over. Okay, so today we're going to be working with some data from the city of San Francisco. This is from, they have this great open data portal. So if you need example data to work with and you don't mind it coming from San Francisco versus, you know, something else, if you just want data to work with, it's a great portal. It's got tons of data in there. So this data comes from that city of San Francisco open data portal. We're going to be working with the digital elevation model, which is raster data. So these are grid cells that have elevation in them. And then for vector data, we're going to be working with street lines. The trees are point data, and that's actually a CSV. Then we have seismic hazard zones. So that refers to places with high likelihood of damage and earthquakes. Important here on the west coast of North America. We unfortunately have earthquakes to deal with. And then also the city of San Francisco boundary, which I believe is labeled as the shoreline in the data set. It's mostly shoreline except that southern boundary. City of San Francisco is not an island as the data set might suggest. And all of this can be found on this box folder online. I will say if you haven't already downloaded the data and you don't have great bandwidth, I wouldn't recommend downloading that now. I'd sit tight and just watch, and then you can download and play with that data later. Also, I'll tell you, when you click on this link, it's going to open up a window, and at the top, it'll have like this green bar that pops up that says, don't you want to join Box? Don't you want to sign in? Just dismiss that. And then once you clear that message, then up at the top right-hand corner, there's a download button where you can download all the data at once. So you don't have to click on each piece of the shape files that are in there. That will take you a really long time to do. So go ahead and click on that download button and get everything at once. It'll download a zip. All right, so I'm going to now switch some screens around. So I'm going to take away the text part. And again, you guys can keep following along on that. I'm also going to remember to stop my video, if I can figure out how to do that. Stop video, because that is going to get in the way of you seeing things if it's still staying up in the corner. Okay, so right now you'll just see my desktop, which is nice and swirly right now. But so first thing we're going to do is we're going to start QGIS. So you're going to start up QGIS in whatever way you normally do. I just recently updated, so mine is here on the menu, but if you're on Windows, you can search. I believe with Mac, you can search and just open up your QGIS as you normally would.
इजी लैक्स का धक्का, पेट में कुछ नहीं अटका। इजी लैक्स।
All right, so if you've ever worked with QGIS before, you may see that you've got some projects here. You can see kind of some stuff I've been working on for work. If you just downloaded QGIS and you've never started a project, you don't have this, it's blank. So don't worry about that. What matters is we're going to start a new project, and I can do that in a couple of ways. I can click on this new project icon. It looks like a little white page with the corner turned down, or I can go up here to project and click on new. So project menu, click on new. And then sorry, I'm going to close this so that everyone's will probably look more similar to mine. So now we have QGIS open, and we started a new document. Quick little tour of what you're looking at. We have menus up here at the top. Yours will probably look similar to mine. Don't sweat it if your interface is slightly different than mine. I've got stuff in here from having worked with this for a little while on this computer. Also, we have up here some toolbars. Various tools that we can click on. The nice thing is you're like, oh my goodness, there's so many tools. If I hover over it, any of these icons, it'll tell me what it is. It'll give me a little tooltip. So I often forget what things are, and so I use that feature all the time. When we add data into our project in a second, you'll see data shows up in this big, what's now white space, but eventually that will look more and more like a map. And then our layers that we add will be listed here in the layers panel. You can think of it as like a table of contents for what is showing up in this main map canvas. Okay, so we've opened QGIS. Step 1 is done. We're going to now add some data. We're going to start with the raster data. So I'm going to click on this, what is now called the Data Source Manager. This little pop-up name on it changed. So if you are working with 3.12 it might, or 3.10, it might say something slightly different. And your button may have showed up in a different spot on your toolbar. They are movable, so they can kind of be anywhere. So you can either click on the icon here, it looks like 3 cards splayed out, or I believe we can add it with, there we go. If we go to the layer menu, we can click on Data Source Manager here in the layer menu. So I'm going to click on that. And now we have this interface. If you're familiar with other softwares, this method of adding data looks a little different than what you're used to, but we'll walk through 3 different options. So you'll have a good idea of how to deal with this by the time we're done today. So we're going to be loading raster data first. You'll notice that in this interface, there is a bunch of different options here on the left-hand side. We're going to work with raster data. So I'm going to click on raster here. It looks, the little icon looks like a checkerboard. So this is how we load raster data. We have to tell it specifically what type of data that we wanted to use. This is why in the intro, I tell you about raster versus vector data, because you kind of have to know what kind of data you're working with in order to load it. So we are going to click on now, if we had the path for some reason, we could just put it into the box. But if I click on this ... button, it lets me browse my file system to find the data that I want. So I am going to, it remembered from me walking through this the other day that I want my data in my D drive. So I'm going to click on my Intro to Desktop GIS with QGIS folder. I should mention, if you downloaded a zip, you do need to unzip that file so that you can get to the data. So you'll notice, if I back up, I've got the zip that I downloaded from the Box account, and then I unzipped it. So I have my data in an unzipped folder. All right, and so I want to load this dem_sf.tiff file. So I'm going to click on that, and then it does have an auxiliary file here, this XML file that goes with it. We just need to point to the main file, and then the QGIS will know to look for anything else that has a similar name to put it all together. So later on when we see shapefiles, you'll just pick one of them. You don't have to pick all of it. Again, so I'm picking my dem_sf.tiff, and now I'm clicking the open button here in the interface to open it. And now you'll see it put the path to the file here. So I'm going to go ahead and click add. I'm just going to move this out of the way so you can see the result. So this is a digital elevation model of the city of San Francisco. It doesn't really look like San Francisco yet, so we're going to work with that in a minute and make that look a little bit more familiar, a little bit more like land than just clouds and a black sky. So yours should look pretty similar to that. Let's see. So that is how to load raster data. Next up, we're going to load some vector data. I'm looking at the chat to see if there's any questions, and I'm not seeing any. I see somebody saying that they're being asked to transform the DEM. Go ahead and pick the default option that it's giving you if you're being asked to select a transformation. And hopefully that will open it up for you. I'll let the helpers help with that for now, if that doesn't work. All right, so quick poll on Zoom. If you got your raster data loaded and it looks something like white clouds and a black sky, go ahead and hit the yes button in the participant tools on Zoom. If you're having trouble, go ahead and post in the chat, and some of the helpers will go ahead and try to help solve that. Give you a second to respond to that.
And then just after you apply, just start to call.
Just silence unknown callers, chef. Unknown calls jab kare bother. Activate silence unknown callers. Message privately with multiple layers of protection. WhatsApp.
क्या हुआ? स्कूल में सब मुझे छोटी छोटी केक चढ़ाते हैं।
तुम कहाँ छोटी हो? तुम तो इतनी बड़ी हो और स्ट्रॉन्ग भी तो हो ना।
छोटी को बनाइए ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग और उसकी चोटी को भी। क्लिनिक प्लस का मिल्क प्रोटीन और मल्टीविटामिन फॉर्मूला बालों को दे जड़ से पोषण और बनाए मजबूत। क्लिनिक प्लस।
Looks like everyone's doing pretty good. Not seeing any questions in the chat. So I'm going to go ahead and move on. But if you do have questions, go ahead and post them in the chat, and our helpers will try to help answer the question or solve the problem. They're very experienced. They'll do a good job, I promise. All right, so next up, we just did raster data. Next up, we're going to do some vector data, two different types. So we're going to first load some shape files and then some CSV data. So we're going to start with shape files, which are vector data, so points, lines, and polygons. So again, we're going to come back over here to our left-hand side menu, and we were on raster, but we're going to load vector data. So I'm going to click over here on this vector menu instead. The interface looks almost identical to the raster menu, but I will tell you from experience, when you forget to change it, it will confuse the computer if you try to load vector data when you have the raster menu open. I do it all the time. So I'm just warning you, if it tells you your data source isn't valid, check and make sure that you click the right thing on the left-hand menu. So again, we're going to click on this ... button. This will become a running theme for loading data. So it remembered that I was in this particular folder because that's where I went for the last thing. If yours doesn't remember, that's fine. Just go ahead and navigate to where you saved your workshop data. So we're going to load up three things. Shape files, you may notice, like, here's my seismic hazard zone shape file. This one has four files that all go together. I like to think of it as a shapefile entourage. They kind of travel together, they hang out together, but the ringleader of the whole collection is this .shp file. That's the one I want to click on to tell QGIS to open. The other files will just come with it, and QGIS will know to look for those. These particular shape files have four files that go together. You may see more or less depending on the shape file. There's always at least three together. You kind of hope for the fourth PRJ file as well, because you need that information, but sometimes there's more than four. Okay, so I clicked on my seismic hazard zones to add that. You can also, we could just click open and do exactly what we did for the raster and then come back and add another one, but I'm lazy, so I want a shortcut. I'm going to hold down on my computer. I'm on Windows. I'm holding down Control, and I'm clicking on the next one, shoreline.shp. So now I have two highlighted. I can scroll down and then pick my third one, which is the street center lines.shp. So I'm just checking. So we've got, I'm looking at the written materials. So we've got street center lines, seismic hazard zones, and the shoreline. Looks like we've got all three. So I'm going to go ahead and click open. And now you'll see here, we've got sort of a list. You can kind of see, like, here's where it begins with the path. And then there's, if we scroll over, you'll see that there's three paths in quotes. So it adds that for us just fine. I'm going to click the add button now that I've got all three of those in there, and you'll see that I've added more things in my layers panel. And then if I move this out of the way, we've got some data showing up on my map, which is great. So that is how we load vector data. So the last thing we need to load in our data that we're going to work with today is the CSV data. So CSV stands for comma separated value. I've heard variable, whatever, it doesn't matter. What really matters is that this is a text file, and it's kind of like a table, but instead of having like in Excel where you have the cells that look like little boxes, it has commas or some other thing that delineates where the edge of that column should be. So with the CSV, it's a comma, but it could be, for example, a tab delimited file where you have tabs, the character tab between all of the variables in your data set. It could be a semicolon, a tab, a pipe. It could be anything. If you're building your own, I would recommend using something that people aren't going to use in general. I really like pipe because most of the time when you tell people that there's a character called pipe, they don't even know where it is on the keyboard. So they're not likely to use it and accidentally screw up your delimited file because they wouldn't accidentally put a pipe where it doesn't go. So anyway, we're going to use the CSV. That's probably the most common you'll see. And so if you open this in a text file, you'll see a bunch of commas separating things out. So we're going to load this much in the same way that we did the other data. You'll notice here on your left-hand panel in your data source manager, there is this option for delimited text. You notice the little icon's a comma. That's because it's for loading CSVs, which have commas as separators. So that's helpful to know. Sometimes having that search image for what button you're looking for can help find things more quickly. So again, we're going to add in our file name, clicking on this ... button. You'll notice this interface looks a lot different. We have to tell it a lot more information so it loads it correctly. But we're going to go ahead and start by loading where we found the data, which is with our button here like we did with the other ones. Mine is defaulting right now to look just for text files. Yours may show all of the files, and that's fine. What you want to do is click on the street tree map.csv file here. So you'll see if you're on Windows, I imagine Mac probably does this too, makes a little icon and it's like, hey, this is an Excel file because I have Excel loaded. And it will open in Excel, but it won't do the same thing. It'll just look like a table. So I'm going to go ahead and open that. You'll see we've got some options up here. So we can tell it what name we want to keep. I'm going to leave it the way it is just so it matches everything in the workshop materials. The character encoding you can change. It's not uncommon to have different character encoding. This one's UTF-8, so I'm going to leave it. But if you needed to switch that, you can, especially if you're dealing with a different character set. Our file format here, I'm going to pick CSV, so for comma separated values. I'm going to just show you really quickly. If I had a custom delimiter, I could click this and I could tell it, oh, I have tabs instead of commas or colons or other things. If I wanted to, it doesn't have pipe for an option, I could type in here and tell it I wanted pipe, which looks like that. So just a straight line. But we have CSVs, so I'm just going to make sure that CSV is clicked, and that's the default. Like I said, it's the most common. But not necessarily great if you have like a free response where people are like, you're collecting data through a typable interface and people can write paragraphs and they might use commas. QGIS can probably handle it. It's pretty good at sorting that stuff out. But in that case, I would pick another character that they're not likely to accidentally type. Other things we need to pay attention to are, here we have this option for our first record has field names. So we're going to leave this checked because our CSV has headers for our columns. So we have the names of the columns as the first row. If you didn't have that, like if you're working with the census data and you didn't want to put those in, you could uncheck that so it doesn't make your first row of data the column headings. I'm going to let it detect the field types. It does a pretty good job most of the time. There's ways around it when it doesn't. For the geometry definition, we have point coordinates. You could have other formats like well-known text, or if you just want to bring in a table that doesn't have a geometry, you can do that. It usually guesses pretty good for which is the X and the Y field. If you have words like longitude and latitude, it usually picks those, but check and make sure that they're right. Sometimes you'll get data sets with multiple lat-long variants, and you want to make sure you pick the column that you want. Let's see. What's really nice is at the very bottom here, it'll show you a preview of what your table is going to look like. So if we had picked the wrong delimiter, for example, it might show this as just each row is just one column. But when we pick the right one, it'll split it up. So we can see we've got some data here. We've got a tree ID, we've got some kind of status, species, some address information, some coordinates. Here we have location, which is a combination of the coordinates from the other columns, XY chord. So we want to make sure we pick the right one in this case. So I want lat long because that is in degrees and that makes sense. I don't know what the projection is of this X chord and Y chord. I could guess, but that can be challenging. All right, so this looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and click add, and we should see, we should start seeing a bunch of tree locations pop up. This is a pretty big file, so it may take a second to load on your computer. I'm going to go ahead and now close my interface. Yours may hang for a second, just sit tight and let it load. Looks like a bunch of pink ants marching around as it's loading. But so I'll give you just a second to get that loaded up.
अरे कपड़ों की तरह क्यों सुखा रही हो? तो कपड़ों के साबुन से धोती क्यों हो? बर्तनों की चिकनाई के लिए सिर्फ विम। इसमें है 100 नींबुओं की शक्ति जो निकाले चिपचिपी चिकनाई सुपर फास्ट। बर्तनों के लिए सिर्फ विम।
With AWS, businesses can push the boundaries of innovation.
So for our Zoom participants, go ahead and look at your participants menu and go ahead and tell me yes or no whether or not you've got your data loaded up. So you should see, if you've got everything I have, it might be in slightly different order. You've got your street trees, seismic hazard zones, your shoreline, your street center lines, which you can't see because everything's piled up, and then your digital elevation model. So just so long as you've got those layers loaded up, you're good. All right, so I'm seeing in the chat window, we've got some questions about, about the projection. Let me go ahead and show you that again. So I'm gonna open up my data source manager again. And I'm just gonna load this like we did. I won't add it again because we don't need two of them, but I'll show you how this works. So one thing that you may run into is in the geometry definition section. Make sure you've clicked for this particular data set, point coordinates, pick longitude for the X field, latitude for the Y field, and then for your geometry CRS, I'm gonna click on this button that looks like, I think it's supposed to be a conic projection. It has like a little blue globe and it looks like it's wearing a little hat. I think that's supposed to be a cone, like a paper cone on top of it for conic projection. What I'm gonna do is make sure that I pick the coordinate system for lat long, which is WGS 84. If I, 4326, if I type in 4326, that's the EPSG code for lat long WGS 84. That's the easiest way to find it. So I'm going to click on that and then click OK. And then you should see in the geometry CRS, it should say EPSG 4326, WGS 84. Apologies for skipping over that. I actually had the wrong one loaded the other day when I went through this and was scowling at the computer and saying, why are my trees not showing up where I want them to? And it was because I had missed that box, which is very easy to do because it's over here on the side. So hopefully that solves it. I'm going to click close on mine because I don't need to add it twice, but you should click add once you've got that. So I'm going to close mine. And then once you've added it, you should have something that looks like this. Your colors will probably not be the same as mine, but don't worry about that. It just picks random colors to start. All right, so how are we doing with the data? I see one person still says that they haven't gotten their data loaded. Are we good to go? Okay, so I think this is a good time. Actually, it's a really good time to learn to save because we just did a lot of work. So let's go ahead and save our data. What I'm going to do is come up here to my menus, and I'm going to click on this blue floppy disk. For those of you who are old enough to remember the days of AOL sending you these in the mail, that's what this is. I'm going to click save. And it is going to ask me, hey, where do you want to put it? It's suggesting I put it in my Railroad folder, which you'll hear about next week on Friday if you come to that that presentation. But I'm going to put this in my folder where I have my workshop data. So I'm just navigating to where I want to put this. I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to call it workshop map. You can call yours whatever you want, but I'm going to go ahead and click save. So now we've saved our data. This is a project. So for those of you who are familiar with, for example, the Esri tools, this you're saving a QGZ file, which is analogous to an MXD file. So if you're familiar with that system, this is the project file we just saved. If you, for some reason, can't find your little save data button, you can also come up here to project and click save that way. Saving is your friend. It's any GIS has a tendency to sometimes get a little bogged down and might crash, and you'll lose stuff if you don't save. So my mental process is anytime I think I should save, I go ahead and save. Even if I'm in the middle of something, don't wait. You should save because you can lose a lot of work if you don't. Okay. So I think now is a good time to take a quick break. We've been sitting for about an hour. So let's take about 5 minutes to go ahead and stand up and stretch. If you need to, get some food, take care of stuff for 5 minutes, let's come back so on my screen, it's just about 8. Is that right? Yeah, it's just about 8 o'clock. So let's come back at about let's say 8:04, all right? Or do the math. I'm in the Pacific time zone, so next hour, 4 minutes after the next hour, I'm going to put up a little sign that says we're taking a break. So if people are wondering where we went on YouTube, then they will know. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mute. I'm going to take a quick break too. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Feel free to ask questions though in the chat. We'll get to them as soon as we come back. All right, for those of you who are taking a break, I think it's time to come back to the computer. Hopefully you haven't wandered off too far. So while people make their way back, I just wanted to make you aware of where we are in the workshop materials. So we're just about to start the section that says working with raster data. So if you're following along in the written materials and you got lost for some reason, that'll help situate you. So we're going to start with this working with raster data next. So I'm going to move that to my other screen so you can see my QGIS window. So hopefully you had a nice little stretch break, and it's important. It's very important to make sure we move, especially for those of us who are working at home that are at a desk all the time, to make sure we take time to get up, especially in 4-hour-long workshops. So welcome back. We're about to start the working with raster data section of the written materials. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and clear all of the things on my list. I'm just going to uncheck everything in here except for the DEM. So I've got my DEM highlighted here in the layers panel on the left-hand side, and that's the only box that's checked. So if you're brand new to GIS, one of the cool things about the list of layers is that I can turn them on and off, and the order matters, but we'll deal with that in a little while when we get to the vector stuff. But we're going to start with raster data, and we're going to start with working with our digital elevation model. So the first layer we loaded, the one that looks like white clouds on a black background right now, we are about to make this look a little bit more like the peninsulas in the San Francisco area. So we turned off all of our layers that we don't need to work with. So right now we should see our black square here with some sort of white fuzziness going on. If yours looks like that, we're doing good. So the first thing we need to do to be able to style this is turn on the tool that's going to let us do that. So we're going to open something called the layer styling panel. And we are going to do that by going to our view menu. There's multiple ways to open this, but the one that's easiest to show for a workshop is to come up to the top of our menus here and click view, and then panels, and then we're going to check this layer styling option. So I'll give you a second to find that. So again, I went to the view menu, went down towards the bottom and moused over the panels option. That opened up its own menu. And then again, I'm going to click on layer styling. So if I check that, it's going to close that option and show me the layer styling panel on the right side of my screen. The other option that is a little bit easier is to right click up in any of the blank gray space and pick the layer styling panel from the panels list. So that's another option for you. Okay, so I'm just going to move this. Things moved around. So I just used my little moving tool here that looks like a little white glove. And if you click and drag, you move stuff around. It just makes me feel better to actually see it. Alternatively, I can right click on my DEM in the layers panel and click zoom to layer, which actually centers it better. That's just a quick little handy trick. We'll use that later too. Okay, so now we've opened up our tool. I'm going to make sure that this is highlighted over here in the layers panel. You can pick the option for what layer you want to deal with up here, but I find it easier just to make sure that it's clicked. But this dropdown does show you all the options. So let's make sure that this dropdown up at the top says we're working with the DEM so that all of the options make sense for raster data. Otherwise, it will be options for vector data and we'll be very confused. Okay, so we now want to make sure that we are on our symbology tab here. So you have in this interface on the left side, you have what amounts to little tabs. There's other things you can pick and they'll highlight, but I want to make sure that I'm clicking on this one that looks a little bit like looks like a paintbrush that's painting a rainbow. That's your symbology tab, for lack of a better word, area, something. So that's the one I want. So I'm working with symbology right now, which basically means how things are symbolized or what they look like. Okay, so right now at the top here, it says we're working with single band gray for our options. I'm going to click on this drop-down menu where it's a single band gray and pick instead single band pseudo color. So it's this one that has like the little rainbow icon next to it. This is going to let us work with some colors. So again, pick single band pseudo color. And my data disappeared. I'm not going to worry because it just doesn't know how I want to style it. But we're going to fix that in a second and we'll come back. All right, so we have a bunch of options here. At some point, you'll want to spend some time playing with this. You'll get a better feel for the interface. I'm just going to show you some things that work right now. Cross my fingers, hopefully. And you can play with this for your own data or play with the workshop data and get a better handle for it. So this, we're going to pick band 1 here for the band. This raster only has one band, so it only has one layer. You can have rasters, especially satellite data, for example, or air photos that might have multiple bands to them. This one only has one though, which is nice because then we will all be for sure using the same one. Let's see, I'm looking at my instructions to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so we are going to next click on this area that says min-max value settings. If I click on the little triangle, it's going to expand. Anytime you see one of those little triangles in this interface, it's a there's more options in there. It's just collapsed. Did not take up space, but we want to look at them. So I want to make sure that I have min-max selected. Again, you can play with these options. They work differently, can be more useful with different types of rasters. Right now, this extent is for the whole raster. You can pick other options, but I want to make sure we've got whole raster selected. And then for accuracy, I'm actually going to pick this one that says actual and then slower. The reason that I want that is because this is a fairly small raster. And I want to make sure that we get the whole range of values. If this was a really big raster, like I'm working with like earlier this week, I was working with WorldClim data, which is the whole world, tons of data in this data set. I don't want to do actual because it's going to take forever. I want to have it sample, but because we have a small raster, I want to have it look at all the values. So that's why I'm picking this one for the accuracy. Sampling is better for big rasters. And then, so that's going to help it determine what the min and max values are. The next thing we need to look at is some of the actual styling information. So I want to make sure that my interpolation, I'm going to change my interpolation type from linear to discrete. And now stuff is showing up, which is both reassuring that the data is still there, but also disturbing because, my goodness, that's a lot of red. But that's okay. We'll fix that in a second. It really does not look like the city of San Francisco yet. Okay, so then from our color ramp, I'm going to right click on, yours may have picked a different color ramp and that's okay. I'm going to right click on the color ramp itself and select create new color ramp. This is just going to let us get into an interface that has some more options that are already predefined. So instead of gradient, I want to pick this catalog option for CPT-city. So I'm going to click on that catalog, that first catalog option, and click OK. These are a bunch of predefined color ramps and various color options. I'm going to click on the topography option in that left-hand panel, scroll down and click topography. And then I want to pick the CDA option. This one's really nice for elevations that, so I'm going to click off of it so you can actually see what the screen looks like. It starts with blue, so and goes up through white. It's really nice for working with elevation data where you're going from the coast all the way to the top of mountains. It's not so good if, like, I was working on a map for the Central Valley of California in the foothill area, and I picked this one because I was like, oh, I like the colors on this, but then it made it look like the Central Valley was flooded because the lowest elevation was in the valley, and that was not a good choice. But this is a good choice today because we're working with a coastal area. So again, CDA is a good option here. You can pick whatever you want. Play with it, see what you like, but I'm going to pick that one and click OK. This one is a lot less intense on my eyeballs, which makes my brain happier. So there's that. Okay, so if you don't have the live update down here checked, you can go ahead and click apply. If you do have live update turned on, it'll already show you stuff, which is great. Sometimes it's good to turn that off if you're working with a lot of data and you just want to make selections and you don't want it to try to update as you go. But let's leave that live update on for now. Okay, so we've changed our colors. This is not great yet. It's going to get better. And we shall fix this. I'm going to change this back to linear really quick. So I changed my interpolation back to linear so that it would show you all of the color range. This looks a little better, but we're going to fix this a lot more. Oops. Sorry, I'm just going to zoom to layer. Okay, so again, we can do better than this. We can kind of see some hazy stuff down here that doesn't, this is land, but doesn't look like land yet. So let's do some finishing touches on this to make it look a little bit better. Oh, I'm remembering to save. So I'm going to go ahead up here and click save so that in case my QGIS decides to stop working, then I will have that progress saved. So I see someone in the chat is asking about the color ramp. So I'll go ahead and show you that again, Mimi, so that you have that. So again, in my layer styling panel, I am clicking on this part that says color ramp. I'm going to right click on the color ramp itself, select create new color ramp. We're not actually making a new color ramp. It's just how we get to the thing we want. Instead of gradient, I'm going to pick catalog CPT-city. And then I'm going to click OK. And that's going to open up. Sorry, we will fix this. It just changed mine to a really intense blue in the background. So I am on the left-hand side here. I'm going to scroll down and click on topography. And then in the topography options, there's a whole bunch of things. I want to pick this one that's called CDA. Mine are not in alphabetical order, which is annoying to my brain, but that's that. You just have to find it. So it's kind of in the middle of the pack there. So CDA, and click OK. And now I'm back to something that makes my brain happier. So I'm seeing some questions about the raster values. I'm going to go ahead and let the helpers help with that, just because I think that is something that they can help solve for the person having that issue. One thing you can do is go ahead and set your min and max values in the actual in the printed materials for the workshop itself. At the bottom of this section, it tells you what the min and max values are, so you can copy and paste those into the min and max of your layer styling panel in case you need to. Sometimes it will set the values to INF, which is infinite. And I'm not sure why, but anyway, you can, if you need to, you can type those min-max values in by hand. And again, that number is in your written notes in the GitHub notes. So I'll give you guys a second to work that out. What you can't see because my video is off is that I just accidentally poured tea all over my front. But, you know, that's me in a workshop. Okay, so I think it looks like our question is solved in the group chat. Quick show of hands. How are you guys doing? Is everything good so far? Go ahead and give me a yes if you're ready to move on, and click no if you need another minute to troubleshoot anything or ask some questions. Okay, I'm seeing a bunch of yeses. I don't see any no's popping up. So I think we're good to go and move on. Okay, so again, this looks okay, but obviously it's not what I expect the city of San Francisco to look like yet. So I'm going to keep making some changes to this, and we'll show you I keep clicking in that spot and it keeps moving it. You think I would learn to stop doing that. Okay, so we're gonna make some more changes in this and make this look a little bit better. All right, so we're back in the layer styling panel here, and we're gonna make some more changes to this from this interpolation dropdown. Now I'm gonna change it to discrete, and you'll see it made some changes. Nothing drastic. This is just going to help us change the way that we break up the values in the interface down here in this part of the interface. So down below the part where you have all the colored boxes, there's some more options. For the mode, instead of continuous, I want to make sure it says equal interval. So this is just going to be, this is the starting point for how we're going to break this up. We're going to actually change the breaks ourselves, but equal interval is a good way to start. And then right now we've got 5 classes, but I think if I'm remembering right, yes, we want 10. So I'm going to change the number of classes to 10. So again, our mode here is set to equal interval and the number of classes is 10 now in the interface. And if you actually wanted to count, you'd see it made 10 colored squares. Basically, it sampled 10 colors from our color ramp here at equal spacing, which is fine. That's what we wanted to do. We're going to work with the breaks now so that the coastline actually looks like the coastline. And again, if you're following along in the printed materials, I've already given you the breaks that I used in the last time I went through this, but we'll walk through this. So if you wanted to just copy and paste numbers, you can pull that from there. Otherwise, you can just type. All right, let me just make sure I've got all the things we need. Okay, so now we're going to adjust the breaks on this. So breaks being how we're splitting up the elevations into certain colors. So right now we've got starting from 0 up to elevation of, in this case, 31 meters. It's going to be colored blue. That's why it looks like the city of San Francisco is flooded, because we're assigning what my brain thinks of as watercolor all the way up to 31.5 meters. I want to make my break at 0 here. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on this first value next to the blue, and I'm going to type in 0 and hit enter. There's my coastline. That looks a lot better already. So what this does is say, from your lowest value, which I think is -9 or something, it changed mine to 0 and infinity too, but yeah, so I'm looking at the printed material. So the lowest value in this DEM is somewhere around -9. So from -9 up to the value 0, we're going to color those raster cells blue, which is good because in my mind, 0 elevation is the coastline. It's sort of where the water is. We've got some kind of stuff out here, which I'm guessing probably has to do with seawalls or just kind of randomness in the way the DEM was created. I'm not going to worry about that today. If I was doing research with this, I would definitely investigate the heck out of that and understand why I've got some stuff going on that looks very linear and artificial. But for today, I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and change some of our breaks to make the rest of this look better. So my next break, I'm going to put at 50. And these are kind of arbitrary. This is, again, for visualization. If I was doing this for research and repeatability, I would probably pick something else to break this up. And again, this is just for display. We're not actually changing the values in the raster. We're just changing how they are being shown. So my next break, I'm going to pick 75. Oops, you see what I'm doing. And then I think 125 was my next one. So as I do this, you'll see that the image changes and kind of gets a little bit better resolved. So my next one, I'm going to make 175. Scrolling down. Then what did I do? Looks like 225. And you can put in any value you like, play with it. You know, it's not something you can really break. You can always reload the data. Do 275 for the next one. And these upper ones are just kind of arbitrary. You'll notice they're not quite linear, and that's okay. Because again, we're just making this for visual purposes. And then my last one, I think I wanted 350. And again, the numbers for these, the breaks that I did for the last one that seem to work, are listed in the written material. So if you can't see all of what I've got, that's okay. You can look in the list in the written materials to get that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click save. save because it's important so we don't lose it. So this looks a lot better than what we started with, which was that black background with white blobby looking clouds. Okay, I must have hit my mouse. It just zoomed for me. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom to layer. Okay, so it looks more like we would expect the peninsula on the city of San Francisco to look. And we've got some elevation. We can see that, there's some topography going on here. We can see roughly what the coastline looks like. And so for visual purposes, I think this is a lot better of an option. And then, so this is just one look at how to style raster data. There is a lot more you can do with raster, including analysis. Like doing raster analysis could be another entire workshop. So this is where we're going to leave it today for raster data. But if you look in the workshop materials, there's a link to the QGIS training manual raster module, which can teach you a lot more about how to work with raster and how to do some analysis with it. But for today, this is where we're going to leave the raster learning part of it. And we're going to switch over to vector data next. So I'm going to pause for a second and see, are there any questions about where we're at or any questions about raster data in general? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions popping up in the chat, so I think we're good to go for the next part. If you haven't saved, go ahead and click save. Sometimes I think I need a little thing that pops up and says, remember to save. Okay, so we're going to switch over now to working with vector data. So if for whatever reason you're following along and raster data just isn't working for you right now, don't worry about it because the next part isn't going to rely on this section. So we can just go ahead and let's go ahead and uncheck our DEM because we're not going to work with that for now. It'll be there waiting for us if we want it later when we make a map, but for now we don't need that. So let's see. So we're going to go ahead and turn off our DEM and then we are going to turn on our street center lines. One thing I'm going to do too, which can be helpful, is right now for the way I loaded my data, the streets are kind of underneath a whole bunch of other polygons. So for example, if I turn on my shoreline, covers it up. That's not good. So I'm going to click on my street center lines. I'm going to click and drag. And as it goes up, you may or may not be able to see there's a little line that tells me where it's going to drop it when I release my mouse. I'm trying to aim for right under the tree layer. So I'm going to go ahead and release and it will now, if I turn on the shorelines, for example, you'll see that the roads are on top of the shorelines visually. That's just for later. We'll need that in a second. But there are roads. I'm going to right click and pick zoom to layer just so I can see them a little bit better. So you'll notice that the roads are represented as lines, which you're probably thinking, well, duh, it's a road. It's a linear feature. Of course it would be a line, but it could be polygons depending on the scale we're working with. But in this case, these particular roads are represented with lines. And yours may be a different color, like mine today is purple. I remember when I first was writing this workshop, all the colors I was picking was like a really angry red. So yours may be a different color and that's okay. We're gonna fix that in a second. I would not pick purple to represent roads most of the time. So we'll fix that. Okay, so we're going to be working again in our layer styling panel. If you make sure that your street center lines are clicked in your layer panel, you'll see that it has switched over to street center lines, or you can click on your drop down and make sure that it's picked there.
Hey, Michelle, quick question about, is there an autosave option for QGIS?
There might be. That is a good question. That would be a good one to ask Kurt later. I don't think Kurt's on the call on the Zoom session, but he may be over in the YouTube session. There might be, but I wouldn't, to be honest. Okay, somebody says autosave plugin. Yeah, that's great. I would still encourage you to remember to save too, because you don't want to rely on that. It's good for backup if you turn on the autosave option with the plugin. But I would make sure that you save anyway, because you don't want to lose anything. I have, everyone has those days, when you've been working and you're just plugging along, you're getting all this stuff done, and then it crashes and you realize you were not saving. So remember to save. Yeah, but it's a good option to know that you can do the plugin. I'm not going to show you plugins yet. If we have time at the end, remind me and I'll show you how plugins work. But let's get through this stuff for now. But that's great. Thanks, Leah, for bringing that up. So we're going to be working on our layer styling panel here, just like we did for our raster styling. But now you'll see that the options look a lot different because we're dealing with lines instead of grid cells. So we're going to, right now it's set to single symbol. We're going to leave it that way. Later on, we're going to do different layer styling types. And then you'll see here in this box in the middle, I'm not sure what this box is called. It probably has a name, but we have line and then simple line. I'm going to click on simple line and you'll see that the feature or the options here, the properties change a little bit. Just know that there's different options depending on whether you click the line or the simple line. See, I'm just looking at the list to see what it is that I want to make sure that I show you here. So I'm going to now change the color of this layer. So purple's lovely, but let's pick something that's a little bit more road-like. So I'm going to right click on the colored box. Mine's purple, yours will be something else. No, that's not the one I wanted. I'm just going to left click on it. That's what I'm doing. So that brings up, I'm going to make this panel a little bit bigger, just dragging it over so you can see what I'm doing. You have different options for picking colors. There's these tabs across the top here. So different interfaces for picking colors in different ways, including this one here. This one's nice because it will remember colors that I've used in the past for various reasons. So that can be handy when I'm working on cartography and I need to keep picking the same colors over and over again. Or if I want to start with one color and then change it up a little bit to make a variation. There's also this dropper option where if I pick it, I can, it turns into a dropper and I can say like, oh, maybe I really like this pink from the shorelines. I can click it and it slurps up the color and makes it the same. I don't want pink roads, so we're going to fix that. So you can work with these different interfaces. They have their advantages and disadvantages. You'll kind of, the more you work with it, the more you'll probably pick a favorite color. So I'm going to pick, in the workshop notes, I gave you a HTML notation for a color. So if I come down here in all the little interfaces, there is this HTML notation. I can clear that out and I can type in a hex code for a color. So in this case, this one I'm going to choose is just 6 sixes, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice and easy. It's a dark gray color, which in my mind is a little bit better for roads. I tend to advise people to think like a kindergartner. A kindergartner would not make a blue tree unless that was the only color crayon they had. If they had all the colors, trees are brown trunks with green tops. It's expected, it's easy. So for roads, for example, when I'm doing cartography, roads are black or gray, probably gray, but I'll make those kind of really obvious color choices to start. It just makes things a little bit more intuitive for the viewer. You know, you can make choices as you go to change that up, but that's usually where I start. Okay, so we've picked a gray color. You could also go through these interfaces and pick, you know, some kind of color gray off the color picker list, but it's also easy if we want to all have the same color. If you want to use what I'm using, just plop 6 sixes in this HTML notation and you'll have the same color. So I'm going to go ahead and now that I've picked my color, I'm going to click this little back button to go back to the interface. So now it's not super exciting looking, but we are going to do some more styling on this in a second. So again, now we've taken a vector layer and we've styled it. I've changed the color for single symbol the way we wanted to. And that has its advantages. A lot of times we just need to pick a color and be done. But now we're going to explore some more about the attributes that this particular layer has. So vector data is typically made up of 2 parts. We have the geometry, which is the representation, the points, the lines, the polygons, whatever that shape is that we see on the screen. That's one part, and we call that the geometry. The other part of this is the attributes, which is the information about each of those pieces. So each of these lines here, like this, the freeway that's going on the bridge, has information about it, as well as the location itself. And the way that this is represented typically in a graphical GIS is through the attribute table. So I can see the attribute table if I right click on my layer. So in this case, I'm going to right click on street center lines. And then in the menu that opens up, about the middle of the list is open attribute table. So I'm going to click on open attribute table and it will open the attribute table just like it sounds like it should. So now we can see that we have a whole bunch of rows of data and we can see that there's information in here. The column names are somewhat helpful. If you want to know more about what each of these actually means, there's a README text file in the data download that'll tell you where to find the attribute information about this. But some of the information we care about are like we have the street name, we have the street type. This column NHOOD is the neighborhood. So if you're familiar with the different neighborhoods in San Francisco, that can be helpful information. The other thing that we care about is this class code. This tells us what kind of street it is. So we know that that is in there. That'll help us for some of our cartography in a little bit. So we have a bunch of information in the table, which, is helpful. Some of it's helpful. Some of it is probably more helpful for the people that made it, which is the city of San Francisco, than someone like me who's just trying to make a map. But that's okay. So the key thing to know about attribute tables is that each row in this attribute table is linked to some entity in our map. So if I pick one of these rows, I can just pick any of them. I'm going to pick row 3. What will happen is it will, in theory, highlight that particular section in our map. However, this is probably a really small street. So what I'm going to do is click on this icon that looks like a little magnifying glass. If I hover over it, it says zoom map to selected rows. I'm going to click on that and it zoomed in. You can see it's this yellow line. I'm going to use my zooming tools here. I'm going to click on minus and zoom out a bit. I picked probably one of the smallest streets in San Francisco for today. So it's this spot right here. And so you can see that the point of all of this is just to say that each of these rows in the attribute table is linked to some character representation here in the map itself. It goes the other way too. I can select, if I use my selector tool, can click on a segment here and that will actually highlight in the attribute table. If I pop them up to the top, that's not what I wanted. Back to the table. This is the one I wanted. You can see that this is the row and we can see information about that. But anyway, the key information here is that attribute tables are linked to the map itself. So we can click on one and see the other. And also all this information is available to us when we do cartography. So we're going to play with some of that in just a second. I want to make sure that I don't have anything highlighted. So I am going to click on this button here that looks like, if it wasn't so teeny tiny on my screen, maybe it'll be easier to see on your screen. It looks like a yellow box and then a little red no smoking symbol. What this does is it just turns off the selection. It doesn't delete anything like I've had students say, oh no, but it looks like it's going to delete something because it has a red no smoking symbol. It doesn't delete it, it just turns off the selection. So now nothing is highlighted, which is what I want. Okay. So we can also, because all of this tabular data is here, I can use this tabular data to do a little bit of analysis that we call select by attributes. So let's say I just wanted to select all of the roads of a certain type. I could go through by hand and pick each row that, for example, has an F code of 5 or class code of 5, but that's going to be tedious with all these little tiny lines that are in this data set. So I want to do this kind of programmatically. I want to tell the computer, do the selection for me. So just so I can see everything, I'm going to right click on my center lines and I'm going to click zoom to layer so I can see everything. Go back to my attribute table so I can see that. Normally I'd be doing this on 2 screens so everything isn't piled up, but obviously that doesn't work for a workshop. So bear with me while I've got all this stuff stacked up. So if I want to build an expression and tell the computer, hey, do the selection for me, I'm going to use the expression builder, which is this little icon here that looks like a script E over the top of a yellow square. So select features using an expression is what it says if I hover over it. So I'm going to click on that one. In the written materials, there's also probably a better view of what that icon looks like to help you find it. And this is our select by expression interface. We're going to build an expression, which is kind of similar to if you've worked with SQL. It's a little bit similar to that, but the interface is going to help us build it. I appreciate the interface because, as you may have noticed, I'm really bad at spelling and making typos. So if I can click on stuff, it's really helpful because then I make sure that I've spelled everything right, just from a practical perspective. So I'm going to open up in the middle here. We have a bunch of options. I'm going to open up the drop down next to fields and values. And that's going to show me all of the column headings for my attribute table. So what I want to do is I want to work with the class code because that tells us what kind of street we have. So I'm going to double click on that and you can see it put class code here for me. It's spelled correctly and it has the double quotes around it to tell the interface that this is a column heading. So column headings get double quotes. Text, when we type in text, gets single quotes. I never remember that. So if I double click and it does it for me, all the better, because then it is right. And I don't have to troubleshoot that. So I've got class code. And then down here, I've got options. I'm going to click the equals button. You can type this in with the keyboard, but those of you who've worked with GIS long enough, you may have remembered a situation with ARC where if you were using this kind of expression builder, if you typed in with the keyboard, it didn't work. So I tend to use the buttons just from many, many years ago. Okay, so we've got class code equals, and now we need to tell it what we want that to equal. So I'm going to come over to this section here where it says all unique. And what this is going to do when I click is it's going to give me all the values that class code has available. This is only a good option because I know we only have, in this case, 7 codes, 0 through 6. If this was continuous data, like my elevation data, this would be a bad choice. Don't do that. If you know you have a lot of options and you just kind of want to see what the format looks like, I will use this 10 samples and it will pick 10 out of the list. If I had like 500 different options, I wouldn't want to use all unique. Okay, so I can see now I've got numbers here, and let's do class code equals 1. Let's see what that looks like. So I'm going to double click and it put the 1 over here in quotes. Normally we would think of the number 1 as being a numeric value, but for whatever reason, when this data set came in to QGIS, it may have been how it was defined originally by the person who made the data set. This is not a numeric field. This is a text field. So in this case, we have to have quotes around 1 so that it knows that we're looking for the text 1 and not the number 1. If we took the quotes off of it, it wouldn't find any matches. So this is a handy way to kind of troubleshoot some of your data issues, looking at what values are there. You can also, there's places where you can see what the type of data each column has, but this is kind of a quick way around this. But also just pointing out that sometimes numbers aren't numbers, sometimes numbers are text. Okay, so we've built our expression. We should have class code equals the number 1 with single quotes around it. And then down here with the preview, it says 0. That means 0 errors, so that's good. If we had screwed something up and it didn't understand, it would give us a little error message here. So I'm going to go ahead and click select features. And now you can see that it selected things in my attribute table. If I scroll, you can see there are things selected. So yours might look like this. It also tells you up here at the top of the attribute table that it has so many features total and it's selected 108. If I move, I'm going to go ahead and minimize this so I can kind of see my, and move this sort of off to the side. So I can see what's selected. All the yellow things are class code 1. So we might be able to make some guesses about what class code 1 is. So you can think to yourself, like, if you're familiar with San Francisco, you might guess this looks like freeways or highways, depending on how you want to call it. But these are really big roads. These are the ones that people are on to get from place to place and not on the grid itself. So we've got the freeway here that's on the bridge. We've got these major connector streets that kind of swoop through the city itself. So I can start making a guess if I'm looking at each of these individual class codes, what they might be. So we could also, for example, let's say we wanted instead to investigate what class code 2 is. So I can remove class code equals 1 from my list, add class code equals 2, select features, and now we've changed our selection and we can make kind of a guess of what class code 2 might be. The good news is that this data set came with metadata. And again, the README file that comes with the data download for the workshop has the links to where all of this came from, but I've also put the information into the written materials as well. So we don't have to guess. We know what these numbers are, but if we had to, we can play with that and try to figure this out. So if you guessed freeways for class code equals 1, you're right. Class code 2 is highways, and we'll be working with this and you'll find out what the whole long list is. But as you can guess too, there's, residential streets, there's major streets, there's other freeway ramps, things like that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close this because we've looked at how to work with the select by attributes. I'm going to again click on the button here in my attribute table to deselect all the features so that nothing is now selected, which is good. I'm going to close my attribute table, I believe. Well, I can always reopen it. You can also unselect things in your selection menu with buttons up here in the top. I believe this one deselects everything. It's got the little red no smoking sign on it. So that just, again, clears out the selection. It doesn't delete anything. Okay. So are there any questions about selecting by attributes before we move on to the next piece? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions in the Zoom chat. Give you just another second in case you're still typing. All right, so we just played with the attribute table. We learned about how the attribute table is connected to the geometries that we see in our map interface. And we've learned that we can connect that data in the attribute table to making selections and investigating spatial relationships and things like that based on attributes. And the selection is great for selecting things and visually seeing it to explore the data, but it's not good for making maps. You don't want to make a map and leave in the selection highlights. It doesn't show up in the legend when you generate it, and also the default is usually either yellow or like that cyan blue color, which is not always a good cartographic choice. We want to make our own choices. We want to set those in a way that makes sense for us. You can change the selection color, by the way. It's in one of the options. I'll let you Google to find how to do that if you wanted to change it. But again, the selection is just for data exploration. It's not for making maps, really. So we're going to now look at how to work with that attribute data for cartographic choices. So we're going to classify our attributes and do our styling based on that. So we've got our roads. Again, our roads are selected in the layers options over here. So we've got our layer styling panel is set to our street center lines. Now, instead of working with single symbol like we had, we are going to work with categorized. So again, our data disappeared because it doesn't know how to categorize it. That's fine. We're going to fix that in a second. So from our value drop-down menu here, we're going to pick our class code. So we're going to be, again, working with our data for what kind of road this is. So 0 through 6, I believe. So this is going to pull our data from the attribute table to do our layer styling, which is super cool. Like, I would really not want to have to do this by hand. So I love that this interface does this. So we're going to keep our symbol as this line. You can play with that. There's a myriad of options for styling. We're just going to be simple today. So let's see, what else do we want to, I'm just checking the notes to see make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so we've got our, okay, so I think we're ready to go ahead and click classify. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any settings that I needed to change before we did that. So what this does is it looks at the attribute table and it says, okay, I've got values 0 through 6, and I'm going to make them all random colors because that's literally the color ramp we picked was random colors. You could change this and you could have it pick any manner of color ramp, or you could use like even the one we used for the raster data. And yours, it's going to pick at random. So yours are going to be slightly different colors than mine, but it's all going to be from this random colors color palette, unless you changed it. This is okay. It's not the best. I wouldn't leave it this way, depending on my purpose. Maybe if it was a directions to a unicorn birthday party, I might keep these because lots of pinks and purples in the options that it picked for mine. But even then, I'd still probably pick my own colors. You may notice I'm not a huge fan of leaving the defaults. The defaults rarely are what I actually want. So that's fine. It's a good start, but let's go ahead and fix this and start changing this to be the way we want. So the cool thing is we can see that each of these class codes got its own color. And so now we can kind of start to pick out some things that maybe help us make sense out of this road situation. So in our list, it categorizes everything, and then it always has an option for stuff that isn't categorized. I'm going to uncheck that because this data set, everything is categorized. But if you didn't have it, if you had an option that was just blank, for example, which happens for a lot of really good reasons, that is a good thing to have, but we don't need it for this particular data set. So I'm going to uncheck it just so that it's not causing my brain any trouble. And I'm not worrying about it. Okay, so we're going to uncheck that last all other values. If I make this bigger, you can see it says all other values. We don't need that. I see someone in the chat says this new business idea to make unicorn maps. You could totally do that. Now's a good time to start a new business if you're stuck at home. Okay, so we are going to, sorry, I'm just reading the notes here, make sure that I am on the right track. So we're going to select all the symbols. What I want to do in this case, the goal for this is, because these are roads, what I want to do is I want to make them all the same color, but I want to indicate what kind of road it is based on the width of the line. So for example, freeways, the big roads that are big important roads will be wider than, say, for example, residential streets. I'll make the residential streets fairly small. So I want to make them all the same color to start, and then we'll mess with the way that it's symbolized after that. So I'm going to click on my first symbol here with the value 0. I'm going to hold down Shift on my keyboard and click on my last one. So I'm going to highlight 0 through 6. So again, I clicked at the top, held down Shift, clicked at the bottom, and it highlighted everything. There are many ways to do what I'm about to do. So if you already know a different way to do this, that's totally cool. Again, the goal is just change them all to the same color. So I'm going to right click anywhere in my highlighted space, and I'm going to click change color. So again, I right clicked and I'm going to pick change color. And now we're back to our color interface. You saw this earlier. So we could go back to our color that we had, which was all 6s. I think for this section, I had a slightly lighter color. So this one is alternating A and 0 3 times. A0, 3 different times. Make sure I got that right. Okay, yeah. So now when I click off of that, I've got this kind of medium to light gray color, which you might be like, Michelle, why did we change? Just click the back button. So why did we change? Why did we classify this if we're going to make it all the same color? Don't worry, we are going to fix this in a second. So again, I click the back button to come back to my interface, and now we can see I've got all of my roads the same color. Now what we're going to do is work with some of the legend stuff, and then we're going to work with the width of the roads itself. But first, let's give these a label so that we know what we're working with, this will help situate our brains. So from the metadata that came with this data set, we're going to label the different types of streets, because the 0, 1, 2, 3 thing doesn't make a whole lot of sense to my brain. I'd rather have labels in plain language. So what I'm going to do is click on the legend. In the legend column, I'm going to click next to the 0, and you can see it allows me to edit this now. So for value 0, I'm going to type in private streets. So those are streets that are not publicly maintained. For those of you outside of the US, you may or may not have these. They're like roads in special neighborhoods where the city isn't responsible for maintaining those. So if I click off of that, notice nothing's changing in the map itself, but the labels over here in the layer panel do change, which is going to be helpful later for identifying things. And again, the things I'm changing, all of the text is in the written documentation. So if you want to go over there and follow along, that might be helpful, or copy and paste. So I'm going to click on my 1 in the legend. I'm going to change the legend for 1 to be freeways. And then I'm going to click on 2, and 2 is going to become highways. See, isn't this better already? Now we have actual words for these things. And then for 3, I'm going to change 3 to major streets. So you can think of these as like the big streets, like the ones that, they're not freeways or highways, but they're like the big ones that help you transport across the city, like Market Street probably in San Francisco is probably labeled as a major street. So for 4, these are going to be secondary streets. Now you all are experiencing the pain of my left shift button not working great today. I have a lot of typos. So for 5, we're going to have local streets. And then for 6, these are freeway on-ramps. So we're going to call those freeway ramps. So again, this is just for, one, it'll show up in the legend when we make a legend in the map, but also that way we can kind of see what these actually mean, because the numbers don't make a whole lot of sense for the types of streets. We don't refer to streets by numbers generally. Okay, so that's good. Now we this will help us with the next part, which is changing the road width based on the kind of street it is. So what I'm going to do is for our legend here, I'm going to click on the first symbol, which is the first gray line next to the 0. If I double click on that, it's going to open up, again, the styling interface for this particular line. We can leave the selection up here at just the higher level line. So it's going to change the width of the whole grouping. What we're not going to see today is that you can actually stack up multiple lines. For example, if you wanted to do like a black road with the yellow dash line down the middle, you could do that by stacking them up. That's why there's only 1 here, because we're only going to have 1, but you could have multiple lines. So we're going to deal with the whole group here. For the width, I'm going to leave this one at 0.26, but now you've seen where we changed that. So I'm going to go back. For the freeways, so category 1, I'm going to double click on that line. And this one, the width, I'm going to change to 2.0. So freeways are big. They are something we need to be aware of. So we're going to make that pretty large. And these are going to kind of look a little chunky, I think, on the screen for sharing, but you can see an example of this on a slightly different screen in the printed material. So so there's that. So I'm going to double click on the line next to 2. I'm also going to change the highways to 2.0, because honestly, highways and freeways in my brain are the same thing. So they're going to get styled the same way. For major streets, I am going to label that with a width of 1. So they're big, but they're not as big as freeways. So you can kind of see I'm kind of making a hierarchy here for the size of the roads. For 4, for secondary streets, that's going to be the default 0.26. The same for local streets. So I'm not going to change that because they're already at 0.26. And then for the freeway ramps, I'm going to make that 0.5 because they're kind of intermediate. They're bigger than some things. They're slightly different. You'll barely see these because there's not very many in this particular data set, but that's typically how I will style street data. Same thing, like OSM kind of has a hierarchy about it too. They're called something else, I think, but if you're working with OSM data, you can kind of do something similar. Okay. So this already looks a lot better. I'm going to go ahead and click save. So Everyone remember to save. So this looks a lot better, right? There's a little bit more intuition about what all of these roads are. I may not know that these are freeways or highways, but at least when I look at it, I'm like, oh, these are big streets versus the little neighborhood type streets in the grid. So that is great. This is a little bit, I think, for my brain, a little bit better, and also communicates what was important to me about this data set, which is not only do I have road center lines, but I have information about the road. So I'm using that. Do we have any questions about using the categories for symbology before we move on to the next section? Give you a second in case you're typing. Okay, so we're at the end of the section. We've been sitting again for about an hour, so let's take a quick 5-minute break. Get up, move around, do a little dance, get a snack, whatever it is you need. And then when we come back, I see there's a question in the chat. I'll go ahead and answer that when we come back. So let's, my computer says it's about on the hour of 9 o'clock for West Coast folks. So let's come back at 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, give or take, whatever time zone you're in. So I'm going to turn off my mic for a minute or two, and we'll be back here in 5 minutes. So go ahead and take a quick break, stretch your legs. All right, everyone, welcome back. I'll give you another minute or so to finish up your quick break. And we'll get to, I see there's some questions coming into the chat window on Zoom over the break, which is great. We'll answer some of those questions in a second. I also had a chance during the break to pop over and take a look at what's going on in the YouTube live stream. So thanks everyone for the discussion that you're having over there and for helping each other out and answering each other's questions on over there on the YouTube stream. If you've ever done a live screen sharing workshop with Zoom, there's already enough windows going on my end. So I appreciate you guys helping each other out over there. It's challenging to do all of this. So I definitely appreciate the help, and our helpers, official helpers are doing a great job too. But it's also, this is a community, which makes it even more fun and helpful. So I appreciate everyone jumping in and working together. So before we move on, there was a question about how do you know what the labels should be in the when we're changing the labels and saying what each of these categories is. And the answer is, with this particular data set, it's in the metadata for the data. So this metadata is data about data, and it's an explanation of what each of the columns means, who made the data, that kind of thing. So when I downloaded this from the city of San Francisco, they actually had information about each of the what each of the columns means, and I linked that, I believe, in the README file that comes with the data download for this workshop. So you can actually go and look at the original data source where I actually downloaded the data from. I see there Leah had a question about whether the data has changed since then, and maybe was looking at a slightly different version of the data, which is totally normal because this archive has a whole lot of data in it to find a different one. However, the data that I downloaded was from a couple of years ago at this point, so the data set may have been updated. So if you see the new version and it looks slightly different, that would be expected. I would think that they would be updating this because this is actually data from the city of San Francisco that is used by the city. So this is a couple of years old at this point, the data that I'm giving you. But if you get it from the city website itself, it may have been updated and it might have changed. But so the answer is, when the short answer to how do you know is someone has to tell you, really. That's why we need to make metadata. I'll just leave it at that. That in itself is a whole nother workshop. But someone has to tell you what that is, or you can play with the data like we did with the attribute selection and kind of guess yourself. That's a less ideal situation, but sometimes it's the only option if you don't get the metadata or any kind of explanation. I see somebody says good data, metadata is so dreamy. Yes, it is. Good metadata is really helpful. So when you get to the point in your career where you start making data, having metadata is a good thing. It's kind of a gift to the people who are using it, which could also be your future self. So I highly recommend it. Okay, so that is a nice small rant on metadata. Let's move on to back to the workshop. So we have just done, we've just looked at how to use our attribute table to make categorized cartography symbols. So we've made our symbols based on the information in our attribute table, which is easy to take for granted, but it's super cool that we don't have to do this by hand. The next thing we're going to do is look at something called rule-based symbology. So we're going to switch over. We've been working with the street center lines, but we're going to start working with the tree data. So I'm going to turn on my street trees.